it is I, Elle-C, and konnichiwa! Welcome to the stream. And today, here with me is, of course, Logan Dieter Productions, LDP. Hello.
Hello. I guess you could say I just woke up.
Alrighty, there is no one in the chat right now, as expected. Anyways.
We are playing to our audience of no one.
So,
give me 1 second. I'm getting my iPad so I can monitor chat.
Okay.
I keep
No one
forgetting to
in
do
chat.
that,
Zero.
like, before I get on the call with you.
Alright.
Also, my,
I'll just share my screen right here. Da, 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 da. Just tell everyone here we are live. We are live.
Yep.
Do, 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 do.
Alright, I am back.
Okay. So, first off, we talk about woke culture. Alrighty.
Okay, so,
Huh.
just... Okay, yep, still nobody. Alright, you know, like, based on our political compass test thing, last week, you know, you're gonna have to, like, Yeah, I was gonna say, like... Yeah, I don't either, but I'm just saying, you're gonna have to, like, retrofit that, commie shirt for you. You know that?
Don't like. Okay, ready?
Yeah, I'm right. So, before I'd say, like, I'd say, first and foremost, why don't you give sort of a introduction on, like, why you believe that woke culture is a major issue, why it is something that is even worth debating.
Why is it even worth debating? There are several videos on that. And of course, there's also personal experience, anecdotal, to factor into that. But first of all, I want to ask you a question. Why do you think it's not a problem? Because you're the one who presented that premise first. And over here, in my channel at least, that differs from the norm. The norm here is everyone accepts that it is indeed a problem.
Right. Well, no, that's sort of different than what I asked.
Yes,
That's sort of different than what I asked.
Yes, that's why I'm asking you first. Because this is my channel. And over here, everyone, in the chat especially, believes that it is indeed a problem. So why do you think it's not a problem?
I didn't say that it wasn't a problem. I said that it's not...
Okay, so what's your premise? What's your premise?
I'd say, well, my premise is...
Go on.
It is an issue, but I'm saying it's not a major one. That's what I'm saying, is like, there are issues with political correctness, as there always have been. Oh, wait.
So it is an issue.
That's right. Give me a second.
Okay.
I need to let my dog out. I forgot.
Okay.
Also, my alarm is going off, and my life is on fire.
Da, da, da.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay.
Yes, doggo.
So why do you think it's not a major issue? What's the difference?
So, okay, so I look at it in terms of there have always been issues with political correctness. This is not a new thing. You know, for example, there's the whole, like, argument about, oh, you couldn't make Blazing Saddles today. Oh, wait, actually, do you know about that movie, Blazing Saddles?
Nope.
Oh, okay, never mind. So, okay, so maybe I should just start with my general stance.
Okay.
I think that you and I are probably in an agreement on, like, our personal views on, like, I think that political correctness as a concept is bad. I believe that it is ultimately counterproductive to a more free and fair society. That said, my issue with it is sort of, and I hate to kind of make this political where it maybe doesn't necessarily need to be, but my issue is sort of how the right wing has sort of bastardized this concept. And
there are extremists on both the left and the right. Always has been.
I'm sorry?
There are extremists on both the left and the right. Always
Oh,
has been.
yeah. I know, of course. But the extremists, I feel, have sort of overtaken this argument as of late on the right. And
what is this argument? Exactly.
About political correctness. So,
what is the right
I guess
argument?
we should hold on. I guess we should start off with, like, what do you define wokeness as?
What do I define wokeness as? Yes. Let me see. Well, it spreads to just about everything. So, people going all LGBT, BBQ, WXYZ, WTF, LOL, BBQ. That's one. Then we have the trifecta. Black Lives Matter, feminism, LGBT. We got
All
those
right.
things.
Okay. That's a good place to start. So, you mentioned LGBT. What are your issues with that?
What are my issues with that? My issue is that they are basically shoving it in front of my face.
That is not. Well, that's not really my experience.
That's my experience.
They are shoving it in front of your face. I mean, no, not really. They're just kind of trying to live their lives.
Yes, really they are, because this is my personal experience. Yes, they are. No, I'm not being generic here. I'm saying personally against me, these so-called trans allies, these so-called LGBT allies, have shoved their agenda in front of my face, and I wish I could just punch them in the nose, but I can't, because they're hiding behind the veil of anonymity of the internet.
What is their agenda?
What is their agenda? Yes. Okay, you want a real anecdotal story? You wanna listen? Okay.
Yes.
Hey Gerardo, hey Robert Dragon. So,
Hello, everybody in chat.
I have
Karumi's
this.
also here, I believe.
I have this former friend. You want to get on stream, Gerardo? Go ahead. After I'm finished, I will give you a call if you want. Anyways, so I have this former friend, alright, in real life. So I saw her posting on social media, on Facebook, posting discussing stuff like how to deal with trans people, how to behave when you have a trans friend, etc., etc. So, she's got this list of things you need to do when you're around trans people, including what pronouns to use, blah blah blah, etc., etc. Now, that is not the issue here. That's not the issue, of course. So, I saw this post, and I was like, okay, so why do I need to walk on eggshells when I'm around trans people again? Why do I need to adjust to these people? Alright, that's all I said. Okay, why do I need to adjust to these people? Why do I need to be walking on eggshells? Why do I need to keep in mind these laundry list of demands that you're putting up here? Yeah, that's what I asked. Okay, don't answer that. That's what I asked.
Yeah.
That's what I asked her. And you know the response. So,
What?
response was, why can't you just be kind? Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. And then...
No, that's a good response. Like you don't need to walk on eggshells
No, that's a bad
around
No, that's a
people,
bad
but if you
response.
want to be a good person,
No, that's
if you want to be a good person,
No, that's a
like
horrible response because he didn't let me finish, okay? That was only the initial response. Her boyfriend then dug up my social media post and said, how could someone who said this do something like this? Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. And then we have like 20 different people saying, why can't you just be kind? Oh, ho, 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 ho. How could you do that? I wish you'd commit suicide. I wish ill upon you and your entire family. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Let's dox this person here. Let's dox this
obviously
person.
that is an extreme situation.
That is not an extreme situation. That's what they do. That's what they do online.
No, that is
offline.
not what they do.
That is
That
exactly what they do. They did it to me. They did it to me. They do it to
I know.
else.
They did it to you, but that's an extreme situation.
That is not an extreme situation. That is not. It happens to everyone. It happens to me.
It happened
can
to
happen to you. It can happen to you. It
No.
can happen to anyone else.
It can happen to me. It doesn't mean that.
It is not
first
an
of all,
exception.
okay,
It is not
okay.
an exception. It is absolutely
Okay.
not an exception. No, I will not accept that. That is not an exception. There are several anecdotes for that online. Jordan Peterson, I told you about him. Right?
Yes, there are also many anecdotes of just
Of what?
gay people,
Of just
trans
gay people.
just trying to live their lives.
And was I interfering in how they live their lives? I asked a question. I asked a question.
I'm not defending this person.
Exactly.
I'm not defending this person.
Exactly. So, that is my problem with trans people. And, LGBT allies.
I'm not defending this person, but I'm also not throwing a whole bunch of people into a group just because of
I just
one
want
bad
to
experience.
I just want to throw down with a whole bunch of people. Right there. Those are 20 or so people. I want to throw down with them. No, I'm not going to throw them down this hole. No. No. I just want to throw down with them. Meet them in real life. Come on! Face me 1v1 real life! Suckers! Like that.
I hope you get that opportunity.
Oh, yes. I sure hope so. I could just drive up to one of them right now. I mean, I know the address.
We have Rage CX
Indeed.
today.
Let's,
That's gotta be your next,
Oh, you have no
that's
idea.
gotta be your next model.
You have no idea how violent I can be in real life.
I can believe it. I can believe it.
Yeah. Alright. I got that
So,
part of my
like-
system. Go on.
Yeah, no, like, so...
Hmm.
I'd say the vast majority of LGBT people... First of all, get this out of the way. Twitter and
It's
Facebook.
It's Facebook. It's also a person
Twitter,
I know
Facebook,
in real life.
all of these places. these are not obviously the majority of people. They are
These
people who hide behind a veil of anonymity.
Except these are people I know in real life who did this. So these are people I could just drive up to and give them a good punch in the nose. If I really
Well,
felt like
first, I'd say, if anything, this just kind of proves that you need better friends, but...
it. Uh-huh.
Um,
Hey, Chum Nasty. Okay,
hey, Tom, how are you?
let's call in Gerardo. I think he wants to share something.
Yeah. Where, okay. I think we'll need to, we'll need to hang up and,
no need.
rejoin.
Let's see. Create DM. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, we need to hang up. Share screen. Entire screen.
Hello and good afternoon.
Hello.
Alright, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Alright, good. So, do you have anything to share, Gerardo?
Well, I shared a picture in our little chat. I think this is kind of perfectly encapsulates what LCX was saying just now.
Picture.
So,
Yeah,
so
save that.
So before I even say this thing, I'm just gonna of course say that listen, I don't have anything against LGBT, but as far as ligabadas are concerned, I have a problem with them. So the issue when it comes to that's just a goofy way of saying LGBT. So LGBT, trying to pronounce it ligabada. It's just me being silly. Don't mind me. So the issue is a lot of these people that do this, it's about control.
Yeah.
So when LCX mentioned eggshells, that's exactly what it is. Like there was a video that kind of encapsulates this perfectly. It was this white girl. She was check this out. There was this white girl. She was on. I think it was on a TikTok video that she made, and she mentions that she was someone who takes care of the hiring process. And then when she saw a person's resume, this person had their pronouns and had a bunch of other things listed, and that immediately upon her seeing that resume, that the first thing she thinks is you're probably very left-leaning, as in like far left. Like nobody likes far left, nobody likes far right. They're all idiots. But it's like the person's probably far left, probably gets upset at any infraction. You're already setting yourself up for failure, is what this person's saying. Now, the problem is, and this is something I've noticed as well, is that when people see something that benefits them, they want to push it to the front. Let's say, for example, the straights TM being negative towards LGBT. But then if someone who is LGBT being annoying towards the straights, it's perfectly fine. It's quote unquote punching up. So you mentioned anecdotal earlier. It's kind of funny that people say that you say that, because there's two terms I see that people use and tend to gel together, and that's anecdotal evidence versus lived experience. People, especially that are very left-leaning, tend to say that whenever something happens, it's their lived experience. It's my truth. And if someone goes and says, like, for example, when LCX mentioned that she's had that you have an experience with someone being a jerk, people will try to dismiss that as, that's anecdotal. That's not everybody. I'm not trying to discredit you, LDP. I'm not trying to be a jerk towards you when I say that. But what I'm saying is that that's usually a tactic that people will use to dismiss what someone says. You can't.
I mean, like just to quickly give my quick point on that. I'd say I treat anecdotal evidence as I do all evidence, basically with a grain of salt. It essentially, like, I don't inherently discredit what happened with Elle. I think that, assuming that Elle is telling the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, that's a horrible thing that happened to him. But I also, as with the problem with all anecdotes, and I'm not necessarily, or the problem with anecdotes sometimes, and I'm not necessarily saying this is the reality with you, Elle, but the problem with anecdotes is a lot of times, obviously, if you are talking about it from the first person, you are biased, you are clouded. towards
exactly.
yourself. It's so you can embellish a story in a sense. Like for example, like I
I'm not
mentioned
embellishing
this.
it.
I
can
mentioned
just,
this.
give you a link to it. You can read it yourself.
I'm not. Well, okay. Well, I'm like I said, I'm not saying this is necessarily the case with you, but I'm saying, like, for example, like, you know, like something I think people in chat can relate to. Like, if you've ever been fired from a job, you're going to embellish that story and you're going to kind of try to frame it in a way to where it's not your fault, even if maybe there is a little bit of blame on your end.
That is the default for human nature. That doesn't apply to everyone.
Exactly.
It doesn't apply to everyone.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying is, but like, you never know that unless, you know, there is like some sort of
So what
actual
is...
paper trail, which you're saying in this case there is, but I'm saying that's not always the case, obviously.
Okay. So, what's the issue?
That's just sort of my... It's not really an issue, it's just sort of like, that's sort of how I view it. The whole thing about, like, oh, lived experience, anecdotal evidence, I don't inherently see one over the other. And the whole thing about...
Uh-huh.
So, like, you were talking about, like, resume... Actually,
I'll find that video.
Gerardo
I'll
finished
find
that
that
thought.
No. What I was saying. So here, all right. So what I was saying about that is that when people get like this, for the example, like someone who's being very woke, and you can even spin this around to someone who's very conservative. When you wear what you are like that very openly and very, I'm not even going to say proudly, let's be real, it's obnoxious. People are going to look at you and they're going to think you're going to be a troublemaker. I can give an example I can give an example of the other way when I'm in my current job. This guy was very right-wing leaning. He changed his wallpaper to something being very American. He's very white leaning. He's a big Trump supporter. Every so often he would always make, let's go Brandon, get jokes. And you think it's funny the first couple times, but then it's like when it's everything you are and everything you do becomes a pain.
I've worked around people like that.
It stops being funny. So when you have someone who is to, like LCX mentioned, the whole eggshells thing, people are not going to want to deal with you, and unfortunately that's going to lead to a level of stereotyping. People are going to look at someone, they're going to see that this person's gay, and the first thing on their mind is going to be, is this guy going to be loud and obnoxious, or is this person going to be just here to do their job? And that's
exactly. But I don't think you would argue that person that you worked with, let's go Brandon guy. I'm gonna say you're not gonna say he's a great representative of the right wing in America, right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly.
It's still gonna set you up for failure. If you keep running into people that are acting a fool, it's going to give you a bad interpretation. Let me give you another example. This happened to my father. My father, for a while, he owned a grocery store right downstairs from where I live, and he did his best to be good to people. Unfortunately, he was robbed at gunpoint on multiple occasions. Every single time this happened, every single time this happened, because it happened more than one. This was on more than one occasion. Every single time it happened, it was a black person, and this led to him for a while being biased towards black people. However, what ended up happening is that eventually, his good nature won out, and what he did is there was a time when a black guy, was being chased down by some ne'er-do-wells, some trash, and he shielded him within his store. He let him in the store. He locked the door. He called the police, and he protected the guy. So, good nature will win out at the end, but at the end of the day, if you have people that are constantly acting a fool from a certain group of people, it's going to happen. It's the same thing with Republicans. It's the same thing with Democrats. It's the same thing with people who are gay.
Can I just say that you are doing a public service here,
hold on a second.
articulating my points way better than I ever could.
It's also the same with people who are religious. You'll have people you have people that are religious who just throw that down your throat. And one other thing that I also want to mention on the topic of woke culture, I think there's one thing I've noticed that's actually very, very funny, and it's something that people who are very left-leaning or progressive need to stop doing. You've all heard of Chris Chan, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Chris Chan is infamous lolcow. I'll keep it short. So
yeah.
Chris Chan, a while ago, he was accused of sexually assaulting his mother.
Yeah.
And during this was after he had quote unquote transitioned. But let's be real, he didn't. He was on record stating that he did the transition thing because he thought it would give him a better chance at finding a boyfriend-free girlfriend. His words. And people were rightfully dunking on him and referring to him as he. And then what ends up happening is you'll have people in there that are progressive coming in, defending and trying to correct pronouns. It's like, bro, the evidence is right there. So I'll post a video about this later that this one person made. It's called Concepts Over People. People will dunk on you and destroy you even if you support the thing because of the concept. The concept is more important. So the thing that people need to stop doing when it comes to this is people don't want to take accountability. Like, let me go back to the Christian thing, right? Let's say, sorry, different topic. So let's say the whole thing with, for example, people that are in the LGBT community getting caught for being groomers, right? That's a common right-wing insult to call anybody who's gay groomers, and that's wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, like that goes beyond. Like that's a stereotype that goes back to like the 50s. Basically, like homosexual and pedophile were interchangeable terms back then.
That's fine, but the point is, what I'm saying is that right now that term has resurfaced. So
yes.
You will see a common defense point will be where someone who is progressive will say, yeah, well, what about those, those pastors, those church people that are doing the same thing to little boys? And when you would bring that up, like in this example, right? Let's say I'm going against someone who's gay, who was caught red-handed being a groomer, and then you come at me, LDP, and you're like, yeah, well, what about that guy? This guy was a pastor. He was busy touching boys and being weird, and I would immediately reply with, yeah, he gets the bullet.
It doesn't excuse the other person.
But what I would say is, yeah, he gets the bullet too. And then they're just like, oh, and they'll keep trying to deflect. I want to say that this is primarily occurring on people who are quote unquote woke, but people on the right do this too. There's just not as much. People nowadays, because of social media has pushed people to not be accountable for their actions, and I blame the woke for that. Because if you do something wrong, and you apologize for being wrong and make it a point to do better, these people will use that and continue to get on top of you and dogpile you. They will scour your past to try to find something, and they will keep hammering you about it. Even if you did something, let's say something bad 10 years ago, you've repented for it, you've done better, you've never re-offended, but to them, they're just going to keep going. So that's why people nowadays double down, and that's why you also notice that they always double down.
We hear the term like terminally online used to describe
everyone.
No, we hear the term like terminally online used to describe like the Elliot Rodgers and the Andrew Tates and people like that of the world, but like this is like the opposite extreme of that.
You mean
it's
like
just
incel
people
types?
who like clearly do not, not to be like, dismissive, but not to be like, lazy, but like these are people with no life. These are people who clearly have way too much time on their hands to where they can even go out and like just spend the day like digging up dirt on this person that oftentimes they don't know at all. And like, they all do that. Yeah. Well, like, it's just like, that is kind of the issue with political discourse online, is because everybody thinks that they can be this armchair philosopher. Everybody thinks that they can be, you know, their armchair John Locke or Thomas Hobbes. And in reality, like, it's brought the political discourse down so significantly because we are, you know, before the internet, we had like people who could answer like some poll questions or something like that, and that's how we would gauge public opinion. Now we gauge public opinion by just going online, searching up, you know, like what's trending on Twitter, what's trending on, you know, social media, and doing and just sort of seeing like the absolute lunatic fringe sort of just take over.
It's primarily online and in places where there are echo chambers, because you'll notice that when it comes to videos and things like that, it's usually in three scenarios. It's people scouring the internet, like on Reddit boards that are obviously very biased, or places like Reset Era, places on Twitter where it's easy to compile people being very on one side. When it comes to things like when you have videos, like for example, a right winger going to a very right winger going to like a college area, that you can look at that as biased. But there are semblances of echo chambers there. But then when you have it, even when you have it to people walking outside to do that stuff outside, that's obviously curated. But I'm positive if you go to a random person outside, you can probably talk to them about whatever topic it is, and people will generally be pretty decent about it, unless you're really running into an ideologue. A lot of this really is people just being online, you know, Twitter brained.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, no, like, and there are people like that too. Obviously, like you said, there's your coworker who was, you know, the MAGA Let's Go Brandon guy, and then you also have like people on the far left who are like, I don't doubt that like L's former friend would probably say that shit to his face, like, and would probably like be antagonistic to his face.
Better not try it to my face.
Well, maybe not then. But I guess we're sort of losing the thread. I have issue with extremists like that, as I think we all do. I don't believe that generally... How do I say this? I think that like I guess I come at it from my personal viewpoint of like, if I were in that situation, I would just kind of like, I don't care enough about this issue to try and interact with it, so I just wouldn't.
Okay.
So like that's how I would have approached. That's how I would have approached it. I would have just been like, okay, this is clearly a trap. This is not going to end well. This is just going to end with more stress in my life. I'm not bothering with this motherfucker.
Except I still think that woke culture actually is a problem, because obviously it's super prevalent right now. You wouldn't deny that, would you?
I think that it is... I think it is prevalent, but I also believe that you have the ability to vote with your wallet and buy and not buy what you want.
Yes, and still lose. In the long run.
And that, I guess, goes back to our philosophy of, I believe voting does matter, and voting with your wallet does matter.
Well, here's the thing. The issue is that it's harder to push against something than it is to push with it. Let me give you an example.
True.
Look at what happened with I forget the name of that person. The weirdo that got the Bud Light sponsorship, and then people that were right wing decided to just say, okay, cool, we're not going to buy Bud Light.
It was I can't remember.
That person. So what happened is that everybody was pretty much holding strong on that, and then now that UFC decided to get a sponsorship with Bud Light, Now people that are very, that tend to be more right-wing leaning are more or less being a little more forgiving about it. So they stopped. Whereas the people that are on the woke side continued. You can look at that with Gamergate as well. Everybody thought Gamergate was done and over with a couple of years ago, but looks like the people who were on the journalist side, they never stopped. Now look at what you see on a lot of video game things that are supposed to be for video games, like IGN or things of that nature, where they're still going, or like Kotaku. You look at Kotaku's supposed to be about video games and anime, and you got a guy talking about how, hey, when they added Oro in Street Fighter 5, the first thing he was complaining about was he better have an outfit that lets me look at his dick and balls. And I'm like, what? It's like, who's talking about this? Like, things of that nature. And then you see how people try to spin things around for the upcoming game Stellar Blade. Same thing. People are trying to say that.
I actually did look into that situation with the Sweet Baby Games, the advertising firm. And I think, like, if you actually listen to, I can't remember the woman's name. I have it, like, written down in my notes, but I don't necessarily disagree with her. Her essential premise is people are spoon-fed one thing, and we see it all the time, especially now. We see it all the time. What are the major movies and television shows and video games coming out these days? They are either remakes, reboots based on an existing, already well-known IP, or just, like, highly, highly derivative of something else. Because that's what the public wants. They like to stay in their own little comfort zone. As she maybe, perhaps not quite so eloquently put it, they are picky little babies.
I disagree.
As a result of that, you have to make it to where, like, you have to make diversity. Diversity is not necessarily a bad thing to strive for, but the thing is, diversity should not be held at gunpoint.
We already have diversity.
Mm-hmm.
We already have diversity.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing.
We already do have diversity, but the thing is that you're seeing it like, oh, this video game has a black protagonist, and you have like a whole bunch of people outraging about that, when in reality the color of their skin doesn't really matter, does it?
Dude, we've had diversity for eons. Just look at Street Fighter. Look at Tekken. We've had diversity for a long time. The problem now is this. When we look at, there's diversity and then there's capital D diversity. Okay? When we talk about diversity, we talk about a character who is included in a game, and the character's personality is what reigns supreme. You look at Dalsim. Dalsim is Indian, but then you look at why he does what he does. Same thing with Zangief, same thing with Vega, same thing with Balrog. Everybody has their own different thing, and they come from their walks of life. Nobody... When the first thing I mention about Dalsim, what comes up? Do you think about him? You think about his stretchy arms, Yoga Fire. You think about his teleport. You don't think about him being Indian.
Yeah.
You look at Balrog. The first thing you're probably going to think about is Balrog is he's the guy that punches you. You might also make a reference about how he is a Mike Tyson reference, and if you know the lore about how his name is supposed to be M Bison, and why people in the fighting game community, to keep things simple, they just refer to him as Boxer. But if you look, if you look at Miles Morales nowadays, one of the first things you're going to think about is how the most recent game of his talked about diversity, but we go into his house and they got the fucking flag wrong. So let me touch on that real quick, because I need to emphasize this just in case people don't know. I'm Dominican. I have a lot of friends that are Puerto Rican, and I will tell you something. Puerto Ricans are a very, very proud people.
Yeah.
Okay, If you look at Puerto Rico on the map, you'll realize how small that map is. And let me tell you something about how incredible Puerto Ricans are. You look at how small that. I want you to look at how small that island is on a map.
Yeah.
And then then you come to realize how many good boxers come from that country. It is insane. I'm serious. It is insane. That tells you the level of how tough these guys are, how prideful they are.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me that you're going to talk about diversity and you're going to get one of their most important things wrong, the flag.
Yeah.
You're going to mix and you're going to confuse it with a Cuban flag. That's insane. So it's like you're telling me about the importance of diversity and representation, and you get one of their most important things wrong. If anybody was in that
it's
conference,
lazy is what it is. And
no, it's not lazy. It's not lazy. They don't care. Concepts over.
Yeah.
Remember the thing I told you earlier? Concepts over people. They don't care about the people. They care about the concept of diversity.
And I think ultimately the goal is that they should care about people more. Like that.
They don't.
Caring about people in diversity, that's not a bad message to spread.
Bro, they don't.
What we are doing right now is, again,
bro,
this sort of like diversity TM. This sort of like capitalism diversity.
My man, they've never cared about this. You want to know how I know this? What happens let me ask y'all something. What happens every Pride Month? A bunch of companies
Pride parade,
not even a bunch of companies go on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
They swap their icon. They swap their icon for the rainbow one.
Yeah.
Unless
it's fake and it's empty and it's bullshit. And I think even most gay people would agree with that.
Now, here's another thing. People say that they want new products, but instead favor the old and well-known. So here's the reason. This is the reason why they don't care about those new products and why they don't want to give new products a chance when they are woke. Here's an example. There's a comic. I can give you two comics as an example. One that is more mainstream, one that is independent. So look at Son of Kal-El. That's the one with Superman's. Yeah, exactly. That's the one with Superman's gay, with his gay/bi son, right? So he had what I consider a atrocious cape. The cape, the part that you can see when you're looking at him, it was with a bunch of like pride flags in there, and it was just an atrocious looking flag. The character who is the son of Superman, one of the most powerful characters in all of comics, he is busy trying to be an activist. It is like, bro, what are you doing? Then you look at what they did with Robin when they made him bi. They actually made him gay because he has just a girl sense. But what happened with that comic? It got canceled. Nobody cared because they just basically made it focus on him being gay. Nobody cares about that. Now, let me give you another example of why people won't touch an independent comic. So there's this comic book. It's called The Pride. The only thing I remember about The Pride is that one of the characters looks like a butch black Wonder Woman and then BDSM bear. That's all I remember from the characters. You look at
I want that.
If you look at the description that they made for the book, it says that Fab Man is tired of being looked at as second rate and as a joke. So what does he do? He gets all of a big group of LGBT heroes to get together and form a team and to fight back and give proper representation, proper recognition, proper attention, and maybe take out a pesky bad guy or two.
That sounds camp as hell, honestly. I feel like the gay people would enjoy that, but for the reasons that they think.
No, nobody bought it. Because here's the thing. You ever heard of George Carlin? Hilarious comedian.
Oh, I love him. Yeah. Of course.
There was an old joke that he made. He happens to be black.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly.
This person is
like a lot of that.
Yeah. So that's the problem. When you write a book about superheroes, people want to read about superheroes, not about you being gay. It's about you being a superhero.
It's openly white. He just happens to be black.
hilarious joke. That guy was a band. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
But the problem is that book was written about being gay and while being a superhero, not about being a superhero who's gay. If you make a book that's good, if you make a character that is gay and is well written, no one's going to care.
Another good
example
of how you should do it actually is Mac and Me. Believe it or not, it's for as many things as that movie gets wrong, you know, just being like kind of like a low grade ET ripoff that's tied in with McDonald's. One thing that it gets right is that it was one of the first. I don't want to say the first, but it was like extremely progressive in that it had a main character who was paraplegic, I want to say, and they didn't really draw attention to it at all. It's just sort of like, oh, this character is paraplegic, and
talking about the paraplegic spider person. That made
no,
no
I'm talking
sense.
about Mac and Me.
Oh,
that was but like that was sort of like how it was progressive. Like he was paraplegic, he was in a wheelchair, and they just kind of like, you know, they didn't like make that like a central point of the movie. They just sort of like, here's a paraplegic person. He's not, you know, he's a normal person just like you and me, and maybe disabled people can find some sort of solace in this person. Maybe they can relate to this person who, you know, is a good protagonist.
Julie D makes a good point there. Diversity is great, but not when it's for the sake of diversity. When you do that, it's almost insulting.
I agree. Yeah.
Correct.
That's the
so here's
entire
the thing.
crux of this.
Let me say it like this. He's black. Like him. Okay, but why should I like him? Because he's black. I mean, look at how Disney.
Exactly.
Look at how Disney. Remember how Disney used to promote the whole every single time they made a movie, how this is the first ever gay character, and they kept making every character the first gay character, and it became a running gag at that point.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. When you introduce a character that way, people are already going to lose interest. People are already going to not take the character serious, and they're not going to give the character a chance.
And like even Disney knows how to do it right. Like Black Panther is black, but also that's not his only character.
Yeah, he's always been that way.
Yeah, or wait, was Black? Did Disney not come up with?
No.
Okay, hold on. Oh wait. I have to make a mention of this now. Let me give you another perfect example of
like Black Panther is black, but also he's a badass. Like that, like him being black is not his only character trait.
Disney didn't create Black Panther.
No, they took it. They bought it.
Disney is from
they bought
Marvel.
it.
He's
You
always
made this?
been that way.
I made this.
No, I didn't know. I don't know anything about
No,
comics. I
it's-
don't
it's-
know how
it-
long
it-
Black
it-
Panther has been an established IP.
Not- Black Panther is pretty OG. He's actually pretty OG.
Okay.
Actually, one reason why I like Black Panther is because he escapes one of the black superhero stereotypes, where a lot of black superheroes tend to have lightning-based powers, which I've always found to be weird. But that's besides the point. So let me give you another beautiful example of diversity. Who here remembers High Guardian Spice?
Yeah,
I
I
don't.
know about that.
So
I've never heard of
High-
that.
So when High Guardian Spice, when they released the first trailer for High Guardian Spice, that trailer had to be
Is
the
it a
trailer
movie?
that
No,
no,
it's
it was a cartoon that was being promoted on Crunchyroll as a
Okay.
Crunchyroll original. This trailer got lambasted, burned, scorched, memed on, dumpstered, teabagged, T-posed, anything you can think of, it got happened to this. I'm talking about this thing got hit with the 360, final atomic buster of Donkey Kong, my friend. And here's what happened. This trailer, they go off about how this cartoon is going to be great. They don't show any animation of the show. They show a couple of storyboards, and they're all talking about how this thing is full of love and warmth and whatever it is. And then they mention, we're totally diverse.
Even the
Our
villain.
staff, no. They weren't talking about the diversity of the characters. They were talking about their own diversity, where they mentioned that their animation group was 50% female and that their writing staff was 100% female. and all you saw was a bunch of land
Diverse.
whales.
Our entire
Look,
animation
look,
department is
Look, I'm
outsourced to
fat.
Korea.
Look, I'm overweight, so I can say that. But these were all fat land whale ham beasts in there. And one of them in particular that was included in that diverse group was this lady named Kate Leth, who is known and infamous on Twitter for having tweets about kill all men and so on.
Yeah.
So anytime people talk about diversity, it's already a red flag. There was a blackboard. I'm going to give you one more example before I turn the table over to y'all. There was a example of this when Disney was talking about what to do with Star Wars, and they had on a blackboard all the reasons why the new trilogy, the sequel trilogy, was going to be good, and they put the word diversity in there twice. It's like, how can you take this seriously? Jilly D mentions Captain Planet. Captain Planet was very diverse. Power Rangers was also very diverse. Nobody complained.
Yeah, but they gave the Indian. Yeah, but they gave the Indian guy the shitty power. So
what? Heart?
You know.
What? Heart?
Heart is one of
Yeah.
the
Heart is arguably the most important.
What's it
Heart is
talking about?
arguably
I
the
mean,
most
like
important.
what? Like the
bro.
one guy gets fire, the one guy gets like earth, and this guy gets fucking heart. Like
He's-
that just seems like
Technically speaking, yeah, it was the weakest one, but you need I think they just kind of ran out of ideas when it came down to it. But you did need Heart to be able to still form Captain Planet. But I do understand where you're coming from. But yeah,
I mean, to be fair, I got that from like Nostalgia Critic. I've never seen the show, but like,
You know, his power
fine.
can be used in different ways.
Sweet. He used his powers. There's an episode where he used his powers to change somebody's mind.
Yep.
That's what he did.
oh, so it's mind control basically.
Not just that,
They could've-
animals too. Animals.
Yes,
too.
Oh.
it also helped him talk to animals. Yes,
It's not
it gave
that
it. Heart was basically something that it would be for empathy, I guess you can say. That's what it was. His
Yeah,
power was
so like
basically-
telekinesis or something like that. Like honestly, if they would have said that instead of like he has the power of hearts, like that would have been way cooler.
I agree, but basically the thing is that diversity's been done in a lot of shows. The other
Yeah.
thing too that I don't like, well, okay, I'm a mixed bag on this one. There is a comment that people mention where they say that they want to be able to see themselves within a character, like if they see a black character that they can relate to if it's black. I agree. I have had those feelings before. Like me, I'm American. I was born in America, but I'm Dominican, so I would love to see a Dominican character. However, I don't because of the fact that I didn't see any Dominican characters, then I would just connect with the character anyway. I don't think it matters if the character is white, black, what have you, or if it's a guy or a girl. If the character is interesting, well written, or you can understand some of the struggles.
I've never like connected with a character just because they are blind. Like that's I've never understood that. But at the same time, I've connected with characters that I feel sort of I guess I can understand that mentality, you know, because I connect with characters that I feel like I sort of share a similar wavelength with. Like I don't like this I don't like, you know, superhero stuff at all. But if there was any superhero that I at all sort of connect with, it's Tony Stark. Just because like I feel like I have a very similar sort of worldview as him, based off of what I've seen of like the first 3 movies or whatever.
Okay. Are you familiar
The first
with...
3 like Iron Man movies.
Here's a bit of a tangent. Are you familiar with Daredevil?
Yeah.
I am familiar with Daredevil. I have not seen the movies.
Alright. I was just asking because he is a blind superhero.
I know, yeah. I would probably... I mean, I'd probably like him too, not because he's blind, but because he's a lawyer. Well, actually, you know what? I'll say...
I remember. Hold on. I have to mention one quick thing. There is a gag with Daredevil when he was on the Fantastic Four cartoon that was on Channel 11 a while ago, and you see him doing a tightrope walk, and a bad guy throws a missile at him. So he jumps up off the tightrope, then catches onto the tightrope and balances himself back, and he makes a quick joke. It's funny. A lot of people react that way to lawyers.
Pretty good.
Good.
Oh man.
Oh my god, that's like a Lionel Hutz level joke. Like, no, comma, money down. And let me
So-
just get rid of this
okay.
whole bar association thing right here. Now, no, if there's not a fictional person, obviously, but if there's one blind person I do kind of relate to, and I do kind of like see myself with, it's Stevie Wonder. Not because he's blind, but because he's a fucking genius.
Yeah, Stevie's great.
Like, he's one of the greatest singer-songwriters. Like those, like that especially that golden era of Stevie Wonder, like Talking Books, Songs in the Key of Life. Those were all done. Those were all done, like, I believe, like, entirely written by Stevie Wonder, self-produced, entirely composed by, like, almost entirely composed by one person, with some exceptions, like Superstition. I believe Jeff Beck plays on that and ultimately recorded his own version. But, like, that, and he's just, like, a really cool dude. Like, there's this story of him, like, he was at Elton John's ski lodge in Colorado, and he got up to Elton John, saw Elton John's snowmobile, and was like, "Hey, can I borrow this?" Elton John's like, "Okay." And then like Stevie Wonder's like, "Thanks, bye," and he just like drives off in the snowmobile, and Stevie Wonder's blind. And there's like stories like that where he's just like this dude who like. So there's a conspiracy that he's been faking his blindness for like 60, 70 years, and I just gotta say, if that is true, hypothetically, I can't even be mad. I'm just impressed.
That's funny. That'd be wild if it was. But I think people need to just focus on making a good character. If you make a good character, people are going to like them. And the people that don't, but here's the thing, you also need to accept that there's going to be people that aren't going to like it regardless. Those people, the actual haters, the actual bigot, the actual quote unquote bigots, who gives a shit? They don't matter. As long as you focus on making a good product, you're going to be all right. But if you're busy making a product with the intent to quote unquote push back, and then you're busy generalizing people, you're going to have a problem. If somebody is new, this is another thing that I feel is a big fault of quote unquote woke culture, and that is the fact that people don't understand that criticism does not mean hatred. That's one. Criticism doesn't mean hatred, and and if I tell you that I don't care, that doesn't mean I'm against you. I just don't care. So it's like, I'm not interacting with this. Like, if I'm not interacting with this, then why are you still coming after me? Like, you can look at that in terms of the election, for example. When you look at people on the election, they're always talking about who their enemies are. When honestly, there's people that are left wing or right wing that you can convince to vote for your side. If the left focused on that 10% of people, like if you look at recent elections in America, they've all been fairly close. If the left or the right were to actually focus on that 10%,
I mean, like,
that tends to flip-flop, they would never lose an election. Hold on.
I mean,
they would never lose an election
in recent American history in this century have been so close that, like, the Electoral College picked the wrong person because it was so close.
So, one other thing too, a quick thing I also wanted to note that I didn't mention earlier, but Pensive Scarlet is correct. Pensive Scarlet mentioned if Captain Planet came out today, it'd be dubbed woke garbage. That is a problem.
Yeah.
That is a problem nowadays with people on the right, that the instant they see a character that even looks remotely quote unquote diverse, they just immediately react and think, "Oh my God, they're going woke,"
and
without
that's,
even giving
an issue that I have is like I said, diversity is fine. Just like, don't be so lazy with it. Don't be so overtly just like, I am doing this to check a box and to gain woke points. I am a good person. Look at me, okay. I am good person.
So I have a question. Did I ever mention my idea of how they should have actually said Soldier 76 from Overwatch should have been gay from the jump? Did I ever explain that to y'all?
Nope.
I don't know anything about Overwatch.
Okay, so here's the thing. When Soldier 76, aka Dad 76, was introduced, he had a little cinematic, a little CG movie where it shows him that he had, once Overwatch got disbanded, he basically did vigilante work. For him, the mission never ended, so he sacrificed he could have just retired and just been happy if he wanted to, but he chose the mission. He chose to continue to do good. So it shows him being self-sacrificing. That's what Soldier 76 basically represents. He's a person who continues to fight the good fight even after Overwatch was disbanded. So fast forward a little bit, and then a new character is introduced, Anna, a sniper user. So when she shows up, some lore drops in, and it turns out that she, of course, was part of Overwatch, and she worked at Soldier 76. She asked the question that I mentioned earlier: why didn't he just retire and leave? Because he had a lover. Turns out, Soldier 76.
There's another blind superhero, Dr. Midnight. I'm not familiar with that one. Sorry,
So, no,
I was just
no,
reading
you're fine.
comments.
You're fine. So what happens is that sorry. So what happens is that after Soldier 76 has been there for quite a while, this makes it look like a retcon. That, hey, Soldier 76, previously nobody talked about that, just that he continued the mission. Now it's, yeah, he sacrificed his being happy and being with his gay lover to do the mission. So that made it look like a bad retcon, and there was some backlash for it. In my opinion, his gay lover should have been mentioned at the very beginning when he was introduced. Because check this out. I'm going to sell it to you properly. In America, conservatives, right wingers, they tend to be more pro-military than left wingers or progressives or Democrats. They tend to be more pro-military because they look at people who are military as self-sacrificing, selfless, duty-bound. So you're going to tell me that people on the right, let's assume in this example that the average right winger dislikes gay people. Now you're going to have a conundrum, because now you have gay people looking at Soldier 76 and saying, yeah, this guy's self-sacrificing, he's cool, but wait a minute, he's gay. And now they're going to have to look at it and see, wow, here we have a character, fictional or otherwise, that is self-sacrificing to the point that he is willing to give up his happiness. He could have retired, gone off into the sunset with his gay lover and been happy.
Oh, I mean, like, these, like, conservatives are already, like, criticizing gay people in the military, saying it's making our military weaker and things like that.
I'll get to that. I'm former military. I'll get to that. But what I'm saying is that right there, that would have sold Soldier 76 to many right wingers, not the ones that just straight up hate gay people. They would have hated it to begin with. They wouldn't care. That wouldn't change their minds. But for the people that can be convinced, that think for themselves, they would have looked at it as, wow, that's a good example of a gay character. I can connect with him because I understand self-sacrifice. So they should have done that from the jump, because I feel that would have been a better look. You have a man doing the ultimate sacrifice, not just for his country, but for the world. And he's willing to give up his own happiness because the mission comes first. That's selfless. That's selflessness right there. That would have gone over extremely well, in my opinion. Now, as far as what you mentioned about the whole gay thing and ruining the military, what ruined the military when it comes to gay people was back when they did Don't Ask, Don't Tell. That was what hurt the military while I served. All of us, I had gay friends. I had, gays, lesbians. I had them in my team, in my units. While I trained, I had it during training. I had it during boot camp. I had it during training. I had it on both my ships. No one cared. Hell, the funniest part was one of the girls. No, check that out. Check it out. One of the girls on my first ship, the Essex, aka the Black Pearl, while we were stationed in Japan, we were pulling up to have some shore leave somewhere while we were in the middle of a cruise, and she was the first one that oh yep, I'm gonna get laid, and everybody was laughing. Everybody was laughing. Everybody was chuckling. Nobody cared. One of the guys, he came in and he was trying to act like he was anti-gay or whatever because of the stereotype about how us Navy guys are all gay or whatever. And he said that one of the first things he was going to do while he was there was that he was going to drink all of our heavy drinkers under the table, and that he was going to get on right above his a-hole, and right above his a-hole he was going to get a tattoo that said "Exit Only." So what happened? He did that challenge that very same day, because I was usually the guy that would take the new guys and show them around the city in Sasebo, Japan. But instead, the guys that were the drinkers was like, yo, we got this. They took him. They got him absolutely shit-faced. And then somewhere down the line, he ended up getting that "Exit Only" tattoo. So we fixed him up real quick. But no, nobody in general, nobody really gives a shit about if a person is gay over there. When you're in the military, we're very simple about certain things. Do your fucking job. If you don't do your job, you're gonna fall down some stairs. Think of that.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I
as
mean,
far
like,
as the
I
whole,
figured
as
that's
far
the reality.
as far as the whole having people doing the whole trans thing, some people join the military because apparently you can get a bunch of like healthcare type things with that.
Yeah.
But in my personal opinion, the military is the military. I think the military, honestly though, is more conservative. There are progressives in the
Yeah.
military, and that's perfectly fine. But here's the thing: a lot of progressives, they're fucking commies. They don't understand the concept of self-sacrifice. So there is no reason to preach to them to join the military because they're not going to. I'm sorry, they're not. Let's be real. The average person who is progressive does not like the military. They do not like America. They always think about capitalism and all this other stuff. And regardless of whatever faults America has, they're not the kind to think of self-sacrifice. They only take, they do not give. Proof of that is because they don't buy anything. Comics featuring gay characters, all that shit gets canceled. They don't fucking buy it. They just go on Twitter and say, "Yay, here, have an up, dude," and then they fuck off about the next thing to complain about. They don't buy things.
Yeah,
they don't self-sacrifice. So
yeah,
the military
they care enough to give like a good pat on the back and an attaboy, and that's.
So there's no reason. There's no reason. The military should not cater to them. Do you want to serve?
Yeah,
Absolutely. But if you're going to serve, you're going to have.
I mean,
to
from
get,
my experience as
my boy, hold on.
I guess just somebody on the left, I'm just like I don't support the military, and by and large, I don't really support the troops either.
It's okay.
But,
that's fine. That's fine. But here's the thing. In
yeah,
that regard,
to your point, I'm not ever going to be the target audience.
That's fine. So that's why my thought process when it comes to that is this: you're perfectly fine and allowed to not support the troops and not agree with it. But at the end of the day, I'm going to tell everybody who thinks that the same exact thing I always say: we defend your right to have that opinion. Shut the fuck up and get out the way.
All right.
Don't take that personally, of course.
I know.
But my thing is, but to be serious, the military should not cater to those people because they're not going to join. So
how can I not support the people? Because I believe that I think that the military. Well,
the military.
I
know. Okay, hold on. I'll tell you exactly why.
Hold on.
The reason why the left. Hold on. I got you. Let me answer that if you don't mind. While I'm telling him shut the fuck up and get out the way, I still will proudly defend his opinion. I will still proudly defend his opinion and his right to be critical of the military. Because let's be real, America, hell, any country should always have a strong military force. Absolutely. But the problem is,
my issue with the military is that it is offensive and not defensive.
No. Let me finish, my point. Let me finish. The problem is, America has been used as the international police officer for far too long, and I don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah. So, when you mention offense/defense, I agree. We should primarily be defensive and protect our own. Unfortunately, that's also where a certain quote comes into play, and that is walk softly and carry a big stick.
Yeah,
I'm always gonna be all for us always being not just well armed but fucking heavily armed, because the first thing you should think of when it comes to you trying to mess with us is, you want some of this, please.
But I think that we should, we have these trillions of dollars in military funding. I think they should be more so going to the Guard and less so going to, foreign wars and things like that. But that's not going to happen because that doesn't make Raytheon money.
I 100% agree. I will always support the military. I do not support the military industrial complex. I do not like that. I do not like the fact that we are essentially funding wars. I do not support that. I don't think it's good. I don't like the fact that we're always the one that has to intervene whenever something happens. All these other countries, we got the United Nations for a fucking reason. We should not, the United Nations need to do more. We shouldn't just be the only ones that are really doing anything. Because every time something happens, America's involved. So what's up with that?
Hey,
Gerardo. Gerardo is cool.
Hey, Gerardo, I have a question though. So, what do you think of that military recruitment animation? That's all woke.
The one with the two mothers.
Yep.
I haven't seen that, but I'm sure it's cringe as hell.
Shall we watch it?
Sure.
My initial opinion of it, stupid, cringe, not needed.
Let's watch it.
Have you ever seen the military's Twitch channel? That's a
Also cringe.
laugh and a half.
Also
they were
cringe.
like they're just saying shit like ooh woo, and they have no idea what the hell it even means.
Next level cringe. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Next level cringe.
They are dude. When the military tries to appeal to young people, it's always the fucking best.
Bro, you want me to tell you how they recruited me?
How?
One of my friends was recruited, and he was looking for other people to sign in because if he can get somebody else to join, he would get a promotion. So they looked at me, they had me take an aptitude test, and once they saw that my aptitude test was very, very high, they immediately wanted me to sign up to be a nuke tech, to be in submarines. Yeah. And I told them, I'm like, I don't like the thought of a ship that's supposed to sink. And he's like, why? They're the only ones made to come back up. Good counterpoint. But then he goes and tells me, he's like, what do you like? I was like, oh, I like video games. I was thinking about going into college to, maybe get into video game making or something about science, etc. And then he goes and says, you like blowing stuff up? No, he told me, you like blowing stuff up? I'm like, excuse me? And next thing you know, I'm a fire controlman working on a missile system.
There you go. All right, let's see what this is.
Yeah, I think I'm sharing.
Nah,
okay.
This commercial is ultra mega hyper super deluxe giga cringe.
Oh God.
All right. Here we go.
I'm sorry. You're not getting anybody to join you for this ad. I'm sorry.
Can you guys see it right now?
I can see
My
it.
screen.
Let me see.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see. Play. Yeah, I think I know exactly what ad you're talking about.
This is the story of a soldier who operates your nation's Patriot missile defense systems. It begins
no
in
audio,
California.
but no, it doesn't matter. The audio is irrelevant.
I hear it.
Wait. Oh, you hear it?
I hear it.
Okay.
Girl raised by two moms.
It goes, oh, this person goes. You see flashbacks to her parents, and we got two moms. And this is like, who gives a shit?
And this is the
like
wokeness that we're talking about.
Because here's the thing: all it's basically saying is that you can come from two moms and you can still be you can still be in the military. But the thing is,
nobody
what
was
does
saying that. Nobody was challenging that, though.
Yeah, nobody was challenging it. Exactly, nobody was challenging it.
One of my moms had an accident.
Yeah, I'm an activist. Yeah, we could be activists too. It's like.
But she tapped into my family's pride to get back on her feet.
So this wasn't even about the soldier. This is about the two parents. They're not the ones fighting. So what does this have to do? What does this have to do with being a soldier?
The parents aren't even the ones fighting. It's just like
it's like this has fuck all to do with being a soldier.
Yeah, it's not even like gay empowerment. It's like the child.
It's just gay. It's just gay.
Girl stereotype.
Yeah,
it's just gay.
That's
it.
Inspiring women.
Really
what had I really
like this has nothing to do with the military.
One of my sorority sisters was studying
wow,
abroad
look
in
at my
Italy.
moms, they're so gay.
Another was climbing Mount Everest. I needed my own adventures, my own challenge.
So this has nothing to do with the military.
With an army recruiter?
Nothing at all.
I found it. A way to prove my inner strength and maybe shatter some stereotypes along the way.
It's like, yeah, I gotta be tough because my mom and dad, my moms are gay. It's like I have to be tough because my mom's gay.
You didn't disprove any stereotypes. You didn't do shit. You were a victim of circumstance. You were the genetic accident of two sperm donors.
all it is that this is more about her parents than about the soldier.
Exactly.
So that's not really gonna. So they're doing this as a comparison.
What was yesterday means nothing now.
I don't really care. Like, this is just basically saying that. I mean, this one was obviously a better ad.
What's important now is who you'll be today. What do you know about yourself? What are you capable of? Questions may remain unanswered, but can you sleep soundly later on?
This is Russian.
Knowing yourself, knowing the limit of your possibilities. To hell with limits. Are you ready to break yourself? Every day, pain hardens you here. It was you who decided to prove something to yourself. The commander is here only for you to see an enemy in him, because without the enemy,
honestly,
there
I don't
is
like.
no
I'm
battle.
a fan of if
Because
it ain't
without
broke, don't
battle,
fix it.
there is no
The
victory.
U.S.
But
Army
in reality,
has, in
the
my
main enemy is
opinion,
you,
and
the
so does the
you
Marines.
of yesterday.
The
Your task
they
Army
is
and
to
the
track
Marines.
the enemy down,
No.
catch up
The
to him,
Army and the Marines,
outperform
they
him,
both
become
have
better than
very
him,
strong
and
slogans.
return the victory.
The Army has
Because
be
tomorrow
all that you
is the
can
first day
be.
of
Everyone
your new
remembers
life.
that one. And then you also have for the Marines, the few, the proud. Like, how do you even top that? You know, I remember when I was in the Navy, everybody was complaining about how, why does the Navy not have a cool slogan like the Army or the Marines? Like how do you even top those? Like, I mean, the most we can come up with was ragging on the Air Force, calling them the Cheer Force. That's about the best we could do. Or reminding everybody that the Marines is actually part of the Navy. So it's just like, well, actually, no, this was one of our gags. Everybody was always saying how the Navy was like bad or like the weakest branch. And I'm like, not really, bro. Whenever something happens, what happens? He's like, yeah, the Marines are the first ones there. And I'm like, yeah, who takes them there? Yeah, we do. Yeah, but then the Army shows up. Yeah, cool. The Army goes over there. The Marines go over there first. They're the last ones to leave. Y'all go out there and start fighting. What do? We launch a couple of missiles and we go have coffee.
Nice.
From Who Dares Wins.
Who Dares Wins. If I'm not mistaken, hold on. Who Dares Wins. If I'm not mistaken, that is the British Special Air Service line.
Okay, so like, I was doing that review of the C64 Mini Maxi, whatever, and that was one of the games on the Commodore 64, and I was just like, I didn't understand it, so I was just like, that is a really stupid title for a game. And like, I didn't even understand, because it didn't have a comma in it, I don't think. So I was just like, I read it as Who Dares Wins. I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Oh, that's another thing I got to mention. No, I'm sorry. Once you're done, we're going to talk on the next topic. That's a problem with the woke culture thing.
Yeah.
Sorry,
well,
go on.
Hold on. So, yeah, but like, before I go on, this is sort of off topic, but I got another ad that Elle might want to check out, and you can probably laugh at.
Can you place it in the chat or something?
Oh, sure. I posted it in the Discord chat, but...
I got it. Let's go. Where bit is it?
It's in the group chat with me and Gerardo.
Got it. Why is it?
This was like 10, 15 years ago, maybe.
Oh, that's why it's 240. Okay.
Yo, check out this chef, right? Right? That's so gay.
They also did another ad in this campaign with Hillary
Don't say
Duff.
that.
What?
Don't say that something is gay when you mean that something is dumb or stupid. It's insulting.
Oh my!
Why would you put money to
It's
this?
like if I thought this pepper shaker was stupid and I said, man, this pepper shaker is so 16-year-old boy with a cheesy mustache.
That's too many syllables.
When you say that's so gay, do you realize what you say? Knock it off.
He thinks just what?
Why would you put money to that? Is my thing. Like there are so many more worthwhile causes to like put money and like have a PSA for. Why would you spend money on that?
Boy. I don't even know what to say about them. So,
like, it's
quick
like,
thing
oh yeah, you know, say no to drugs. Okay, fine. Like, you know, you want to like, you know, talk about like anti-drug PSAs and how problematic some of them were. Fine, but at least that's like a worthwhile cause.
This is your brain on drugs. That was a great.
Yeah,
that was a
exactly.
great ad.
This is your brain on just.
So let me mention a thing about the woke culture
thing. This is your brain on waste, fraud, and mismanagement.
So this is a thing on the woke culture topic, and it came to talking about like media and so on, and how nobody wants to make original things. The other reason why they don't want to is because, and this is something where I'll have to agree with LDP on this, is the fact that people won't give new products a chance.
Mm-hmm.
So let me give you, and what they end up doing is they end up ruining old titles or things that they love because in their assault. Like, let me give you an example. Chum Nasty mentioned Doctor Strange 2. Doctor Strange wasn't even the star of that movie. Doctor Strange, instead, it was fucking Wanda, Wanda now as a character, I can't stand her now. I used to think Scarlet Witch was cool, but now I can't stand her ass. My favorite piece of media involving Wanda or the Scarlet Witch now is the death battle where the much hotter and cooler Zatanna whooped her ass. That's my favorite media involving Wanda now, because WandaVision just obliterated the character for me. But you look at a lot of these media and these movies that they do, or these Marvel shows, and they do the same thing. They emasculate a male character, especially if it's the lead. He makes way for the cooler, stronger, better woman, and then the show or whatever it is becomes about girl. So look at, for example, the Shang-Chi movie. His sister is a underworld queen and is more badass than he is. The only reason he becomes cool is because he gets the rings. But I'm surprised they didn't give it to her because she was better than him anyway, right? You look at what's the other movie that they did? They did that in Doctor Strange 2. They did that in the Netflix Moon Knight show. Moon Knight's supposed to be the main character. Instead, the female lead that helps him is more badass than he is, has a bunch more moments than he does, and saves his ass repeatedly. So it's like, I thought we were talking about Moon Knight.
Hey, even
Then
Masters of the Universe.
I'm gonna get to that. Then you have the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. Everybody, they were trying so hard to push Reva, and Reva could have actually been a pretty interesting character, but her backstory was stupid. And then they made her survive things that would have killed anybody else.
Masters of the Universe. He-Man was always gay as fuck. How do you
no,
make him more gay?
I'll get to that. And then it's like, what ends up happening is they were trying to push Reva so hard, and they thought they succeeded, that they did a crowdfunding thing for her lightsaber, and nobody bought it.
Wop 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 wop.
As far as Masters of the Universe, so here's your thing with Masters of the Universe, right? So let's be real, He-Man kind of dressed a little fruity way back when, and I'm sorry about that. That gag will always be the best ever. I'm sorry, I don't care. Best gag ever. But they made it about Teela, and here's the thing: people like Teela. Teela was never a damsel in distress. She was one of the team. She helped. She was useful. Yeah. She always had her moments. So there was no need to do what they did with Masters of the Universe Revelations, where they emasculated He-Man repeatedly, because the father did not know that he was actually He-Man. So what happens is, when He-Man gets killed, it is revealed to people that, hey, wait a minute, excuse me. So when Prince Adam dies, He-Man, they're like, yo, King, I'm sorry, your He-Man's dead. And he's like, oh, well, that sucks. I'm sure he fought valiantly. Sir, nobody told you, but he's actually your son. And he's like, excuse me? So his wife, the queen, she's like, yeah, she knew. She's like, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't tell you, blah, 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 blah. So he's understandably upset about this. Of course a father would be upset that he finds out that his son is dead. But now he's also upset because his wife, the queen, didn't tell him. Of course he should know. That is his right, both as a king and as a father. But they didn't tell him. So he was understandably upset. But no, everyone has to stop what they're doing and stop what they're thinking or feeling, because Teela is mad. How dare you not tell me? How dare you not tell Teela that Prince Adam was He-Man? So she has a tantrum, makes it a what about me moment, and then she storms off.
Who was the one in Thundercats who was like that? Who was just like they had to drop whatever they were doing to save this one
Thundercats?
We'll touch on that in a minute. But I'm gonna tell you everything that happened in the first season when it comes to that. They go ahead, they find out about this, that, and the other. And what ends up happening later is they go to the world where people die go to. She basically does like a skateboarding, like a skateboarding thing with him, and of course he gets emasculated and he busts his ass and he falls in the mud. Everybody is there in their transformed and super powerful, super cool modes, except for him.
Yes.
He is in his shrimpy mode. The guy who is originated as Grayskull, he was race swapped to be black. And then when she still keeps dunking on him, ignoring the fact that he did what he did as a sacrifice, she's still hating on him but what about me? She gets the super stupid woke side haircut that everyone fucking hates now.
Yes.
And then finally, after all of this, I keep forgetting her name. Oh no, I'm sorry. She ends up Tila ends up fighting this one guy in hell.
Hi, Jilly.
And what ends up happening is, take it easy, Jilly. And what ends up happening is he tries to go into her brain to see what her biggest fear is. And guess what her biggest fear is? Her biggest fear is that she wouldn't be able to handle just how badass she is.
Yep.
Oh my god, the amount, I rolled so hard when that happened. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. And mind you, these guys were trying to sell this show about it being super cool with lots of He-Man action, and they kept showing him being actiony and fighting and doing all that stuff, and every single thing that he did in that trailer was in the first fucking episode.
Exactly.
Because he got killed off in the first
It was
episode.
a great trailer, though.
Oh, absolutely great trailer with I Need a Hero playing in the back. Great fucking trailer. But eventually in season 2,
Yes.
Grace Skeletor gets the sword. He turns into a buff version of himself. Then he becomes a cuck and gives up the sword to what's her face? I forget her name. Evelyn. There we go, Evelyn.
Yeah.
And then Evelyn becomes a roided out version of herself, muscles everywhere. And hey, look, buff girls can be hot too. But that haircut.
How does Skeleton have muscles? I kind of have to see this now.
He's always had muscles.
Yeah,
Skeletor just has a
Skeletor.
skeleton for a face. Yeah, but Skeletor's King Troll. But then what happens is he becomes a simp, gives her the sword after a little bit of seduction. She becomes the big bad. She destroys the heaven realm where everybody else was, essentially killing everyone that was there. He-Man comes back and is warned that if he dies again, he will simply just die and not be able to go back to the heaven realm. The heaven realm gets destroyed. That is an atrocity that Evelyn committed. She is essentially killed off all of that area's greatest heroes and champions. And Tila finds out that she is the daughter of the Enchantress, and that she is supposed to inherit the Enchantress's power. The Enchantress, so that you know, is a being far more powerful than everyone else. She is super strong. Okay?
He did.
And what happened? But the thing is that she can only what's her name? She can only stay in Castle Grayskull. She cannot leave the castle. That is the limitation of the power. So Tila accepts, becomes a new Enchantress, but then decides, nah, I'm good. I'm going to leave the castle anyway because I'm a strong, independent woman. So she just, she's going full on Mary Sue. She decides that she is the only one strong enough to go fight Evelyn. Meanwhile, He-Man and Skeletor are fighting, and He-Man declares as he's whooping his ass, this isn't about us. And then, of course, Tila, because she's the bestest ever, defeats Evelyn, excuse me. And then guess what happens? Guess what punishment is doled
Semi
out?
off topic, but if we're talking about He-Man, this is like my favorite meme of He-Man.
Bro, this is what happens. At the end of it all, Tila defeats Evelyn because, of course, she does. She's the bestest ever. And what happens? What is her punishment? What do you think would be the punishment fit to what Evelyn has done? She has destroyed the Heaven Realm, killing off all of those legendary champions. The place that people can go after being good and doing self-sacrifice and all that, and killing people, doing all those things that she did. And what is her reward? Or rather, what is her punishment? She's just banished. So she's okay because she had a sad upbringing. So she is essentially just banished. That is her punishment. She's not killed. She's not put in jail. She's not executed for her crimes. Nah, she's just banished and told to fuck off. And after all of that, we get the closing scene. Remember, the king was pissed off about all of this because he was lied to by his wife, lied to by the queen, had information withheld from him about his son, and forced to endure that anguish. He apologizes to the queen for flipping out.
She's very sorry.
She was in the wrong. She was in the wrong. he was made to apologize. So E was emasculated as well. Master at Arms, who, if I'm not mistaken, he ends up he relinquishes his position and gives it to Teela's totally not gay lover. And she becomes a new Master at Arms, totally unearned. And then the show ends. And then you wonder why people were so fucking upset about the goddamn show and about how it was handled. It's a waste of godlike animation too, because that's one thing I will not take away from Masters of the Universe Revelation. Animation quality, amazing.
Yeah.
But that's how you ruin it. That's how you ruin a property. That right there.
I guess that also explains why, like, I kind of heard like some pretty positive things about the show early on, and then I heard like a whole bunch of negative stuff. It's because like people watched the first episode, which was like the only good one apparently.
Counterpoint to that. I enjoyed the second half actually. Didn't think too much about the implications about it, but it did try to actually redeem itself a little bit. Basically the show in the second half through the people who were complaining about all kinds of things, you know, about how the show ran things. The second half did throw a bone, basically, to some of the people who were complaining. For example, He-Man had a lot more screen time. Finally got to transform as He-Man once again. And also, the one-sided haircut by Teela. Actually, she changed her hairstyle at the end of the show, and there's an implied romantic moment with He-Man, with Adam. At the end of the show. So, they tried to balance it out a little bit. Mostly because the writer, I believe, was getting all kinds of complaints, maybe even death threats.
Quick note on that: death threats. Please don't do that. That's not cool. If you disagree with something, disagree with something. But come on, don't do that.
Especially over a fucking. Like,
you're hurting. You're hurting your side. Don't do that. Come on.
No, like, if you, like, yeah, I agree, but more so I'd add, like, if you're gonna do that shit, don't waste it on a fucking television show, man.
No, if you have to threaten somebody's life, if you have to do that, save it for somebody who actually matters, or something that actually matters. Just don't.
Life will go on even if He-Man starts to suck now.
I thought it was okay.
I think He-Man was always sucking, but it's neither here nor there. Anyway.
Oh yeah, one more thing about Evil Lynn. I believe it was his bad writing, especially on the second half, because he was actually made out to be one of the good guys, basically, in the first half.
Yeah, she was getting along with Orko, I believe it was. She was getting along with that character.
Plot twist, all of a sudden. Oh, I'm evil again.
Yeah. It's like, fuck it, I gotta be evil. Oh man, what a waste.
Yeah. Yeah, but like, they're doing like.
I mean, here's the thing. It's very simple.
I will say this. There was a funny thing. I was like going back and like watching. So like I watched like the reboot of Beavis and Butthead when that first came out, and like my thought then, as it is now, is like, why are you doing this? This is a show that was really good. It's a show that I really liked for like the time that it was in, but like it kind of squarely belongs in the 90s.
I just thought it was stupid. Hey, we gonna score.
Yeah.
We gonna score?
No,
Yes,
I will say this. I will say this though. There's like one joke in the movie though, where it's just like they go to like this, and you might appreciate this. They go to like this like super liberal college where they're talking about like
white privilege,
male
white privilege. Oh my god, that was genius. That was great.
Yeah. So they go to like this liberal college, and they're talking about how like, oh, there's so much male privilege, and you know, men just think they can get away with anything, and Beavis and Butthead are like, whoa, we have male privilege? And then they just like go out to a cop like, we have male privilege. You can't do this.
They even had a part where they had a part in the show in the series in that episode where a girl is trying to explain how the whole male privilege things works, and then the guy just interrupts her and starts mansplaining. It was great. And then they're walking to get food, and they're just grabbing food from other people. Just, it's okay, we have white privilege. He's like, it's okay, we have privilege.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Like, yeah, that was one thing I didn't like about that though. Is for some reason, like the thing I didn't like about that movie is Principal McVicker is still alive. He's supposed to be dead. That's how they ended the original show, was Principal McVicker dying.
No,
Also, they need to reboot. Also, they need to reboot Daria. Like, forget about Beavis and Butthead. Like, that can stay in the 90s. Daria was actually a good show that was canceled way too early.
You know what they need to? You know what they need to reboot? Johnny Bravo.
Oh boy!
Really watched
What?
too much of that?
What?
I'm sure it's good.
He's muscle-bound.
Yeah.
He's misogynistic. Yes, he is.
He
I don't know,
claims,
make him a trans woman. That'll be cool.
he claims to be misogynistic, but he's actually a pretty decent guy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Because he actually because he acts macho and everything, but he's never talks down to the woman. He never acts like an idiot. He's just very macho. It's like the creator created him. He was a combination of Elvis Presley and Alvin Fonzarelli.
Johnny Bravo was woke garbage. He was always getting emasculated. I don't think it was woke garbage.
I don't think it was woke. I don't think it would be considered woke garbage because the thing is, he's a parody. He's a caricature.
Yeah.
He's a caricature, and he's goofy about it. So it's fine. I think he was. The thing is, he acts ultra manly and everything, but he lives with his mom.
Yeah.
So it's like every time he attempts to pick up somebody, he fails. So he can't, and even then, it's played for laughs. He's not disrespected.
Yeah.
Like one of the episodes that I thought was funny was he was trying to pick up a girl, and then he decides to try to be a rapper. And then when he goes, he ends up failing anyway because the girl ends up going out with a really, really old dude, and he's like, "Man, that's whack." Eyebrow raise.
No, you know that's something we can like kind of talk about is like people's failure, like that. It's sort of like a lot of these, like, I want to say, like, younger people's inability to understand what satire is.
True.
And actually, I guess it's not really young people, because, like, older people especially are like that, too. Like, it's the same shit as, like, when The Simpsons first came out, and people were like, oh, this show is so violent and immature. Like, no, it's violent and immature because it's satirizing real life, which is also violent and immature.
Wait a minute, did you say people understanding satire? I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I like the whole thing too is just like, what were we talking about? Yeah, like, even like going back to like the old Looney Tune things, like people talking about, oh, Pepe Le Pew would be canceled. Like, no, he would have been canceled back then because like the entire point of Pepe Le Pew is that like he thinks he's hot shit, and in reality he's a skunk, so he's revolting to everyone.
Also, he's trying to get it on with a cat.
Well, I mean,
well, here's the thing. The reason why
you're telling me you've never tried to do that, Al?
Well, the reason why he would be canceled today is because of the fact that he is clearly chasing someone repeatedly, and then it's also the fact that when he's trying to hug up on her, she's clearly trying to get away from him because she's repulsed, be it because of his smell or what have you. But the thing is that he's still trying to kiss up on her and getting away, so that does look like sexual harassment. So
yeah, but it's like a satire of that. It's like they aren't glorifying that.
Oh no, I understand. I understand that because he pretty much never gets the girl anyway. It's
yeah,
played
he doesn't
for
it doesn't work.
The problem with that is that it's obviously played for laughs, and people tend to. I think people I think people as a whole don't like it because look at what happened in I forget the name of the anime, but the lead female was was small, flat, and pink haired, and she's like a magician, and she would routinely commit violence against the male protagonist. I forget the name
Zero
of
no Takaima. Lewis.
Bingo, that one. I remember that one had a very busty elf girl that was really cute. She was nice. Yes, I liked her. But anyway, a lot of people actually kind of looked at that as like, yo, like she's kind of. A lot of people like didn't like that either. So I think that's definitely something where a lot of people were uncomfortable with, both for Zero no Tsukami, same thing for Pepe Le Pew. That stuff's been done where people are a little looking at that like, nah. So I can understand where people come from for that, but ultimately, it's like, guys, separate fiction from reality. It's a cartoon. Relax. If you're concerned about kids being influenced to do that, that's where your parents come in. That leads to an example I want to give using myself. You guys have played Doom, right?
Yeah.
So I had Doom on the SNES, and
I'm so sorry.
I know. It had its problems, but I enjoyed it.
I mean, it is like objectively a technical marvel. Also, the cartridge was red, so therefore it was objectively better than everything except for Spider-Man, which also had a red cartridge and was also a good game. So
here's what happened. I had my copy of Doom for the SNES, and I was playing the hell out of it. And that's around the time when or unfortunately, the Columbine shooting occurred. So yeah. I'm sure y'all know about the Columbine shooting. So
yeah,
my mom was.
I don't know if. Do you know about that, Al?
Yes.
Okay, so what ends up happening is that it was revealed that those kids were fans of Doom, very big fans of Doom,
yeah.
And the parents, eager to get away from the criticism that they were rightfully getting.
Yeah, violent video games, Marilyn Manson, all that shit.
I also want to make a quick note about that. Today, in today's day and age, the left loves to be critical about games that sexualize and do this, that, and the other. But back then,
it used to be the right wing who was doing that.
It was the right and the evangelist. Anyway, let me get back on topic. So my mom was watching TV. She was watching Primer Impacto, a very sensationalist show on the Spanish channels that had a very bad habit of and it had a very bad habit of sensationalizing. So she sees a special talking about the Columbine kids, and it talks about Doom, and then she comes over to talk to me, and she sees me playing Doom. So my mom immediately panics. And she asks me, and she's like, "Jerry, please, I need you to go ahead and get rid of this game." And I'm like, "Why?" Because this game is very, very violent, and this is what the game and this is the game that those kids with the Columbine shooting thing happened. So I defended myself this time. Usually, whenever my mom does something, because like I'm a mom, I love my mom. So if my mom were to ask me for something in a serious fashion, I'm going to take it into consideration because my mom generally means well for me every time. So, but this time I decided to stand my ground, and I said no. And I told her I'll tell you why. And I explained to her there was a time years ago where she explained to me while I was busy playing one of my violent video games. I remember this lesson she told me. She said, "Jerry, you see these games here? You don't do that in the real world. Okay, you leave that for the games." And then I remember watching the news that very same day about how kids would do stupid things and think, "Oh yeah, if I do this, I'll be okay. I'll just wake up next to mommy and I'll be fine." And no, that's not how it works. I also remember a commercial that prevented me from shooting myself with a gun, but I'll get to that in a bit. But I told my mom, like, "Listen, you've told me years ago you don't do this in real life. Besides, I'm shooting demons. They don't exist. Who cares?" But my mom insisted, and eventually I ended up selling the game. Just because my mom kept going on about it. But ultimately, she understood that I wasn't going to be violent. It's funny because that came up again years later, and then my uncle dismissed it as, "Nah, he'll be fine. Everybody likes playing all these games where you're super violent. He likes his robot games. He's fine." But as far as another commercial that I mentioned that made me realize about guns was a commercial where all it shows is a gun, and it is an image of a gun, and the picture is zooming in. And during this, you hear people talking. You're a kid saying, "Mom, what is it? I found a toy." Bit of incoherent mumbling, and then a gunshot. Basically saying that the point of the commercial was that parents need to do a better job of hiding their weapons. So what happens? A couple of days afterwards, I go to my mom and dad's room, and I'm running around looking in their drawer. I find my dad's gun. Now, I've had guns before as toys. Figure, hey, cool, dad's hiding a toy. Maybe he was going to give it to me or something. I grabbed the gun. And I noticed something specific about it immediately. And this has been something that stayed with me for my entire life. Quick question before I mention it. Who here has ever held a gun before in their life? A real gun?
Me.
Serious question. So, let me ask you something. The weight of a gun, a loaded gun, it's a very unique weight, isn't it?
Yeah. You can tell
So
right
I
away.
know. So I noticed that so I noticed that immediately. And I'm like, yo, I don't think this is a toy.
Brilliant also has.
So I looked at this and I'm like, yo,
And
this is heavy. And I told myself, I don't think this is a toy. I never aimed a gun at myself, thankfully. I'm
Even
just looking
this
at it I'm like, yo, this is
22
kinda heavy.
LR, which is a very small caliber. You can tell if it's loaded.
Yeah, they
Well,
have a
I
very
guess I've
unique weight.
technically shot a gun once, but it wasn't like a handgun. It was like a huge thing.
To wrap that little story up, basically I told my mom about it. My dad immediately put the gun somewhere else instead. I believe my dad might have gotten rid of the gun because of that. But who knows? I know he had a gun because of the fact that he had to keep himself defended in the store. But I have a feeling he might have gotten rid of his gun because of that. But regardless, I think a lot of people, when it comes to this stuff, education is important. And the whole thing with woke, you always got to remember that if you're going to be critical about it, you should be critical about people on your end too. It's the same thing with police. Look at how the woke hate the police with their whole ACAB thing. First off, they're wrong. ACAB is stupid, and I can't take you seriously if you really believe that.
Yeah,
but the thing is, if you are a person who supports the police, the ACABers should only be able to, at best, wish they were as critical against police as you are. You should be if you are someone who supports something, you should be at the forefront of criticism when it's needed.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's something that the woke don't understand. I think the right. I think hold on. I think the
It's
right.
hive mind.
I think the right is better than the left at disavowing and criticizing their own, as opposed to the left. The left certainly eats their own, but they will sooner eat their own or deflect.
That's only I'd say from my observation of the right, that's more so just like the bar keeps going further and further down on the right. I think so. Like you kind of like on the left, it's sort of just like okay, they will disavow their own because
Disavowed.
Yeah, whatever. But like on the right, I think it's just sort of like oh this level of crazy is so last year. We're on a whole other new level of crazy. Like, oh, these people who wanted an abortion ban at 15 weeks, we want it banned entirely. And we will disavow anybody who says 15 weeks.
Yeah, they do over exaggerate. And one other thing I really want to mention though, the right is starting to do the whole thing too about being bad about criticizing things, because now they're copying the left when it comes to that. When they say like if somebody who is right wing doesn't just shut up and get in line, they immediately brand them as a rhino. So they're not immune to that either. They're fucking up too.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, but no, like definitely so. But it's like a hive mind thing. It's like, and really the other thing too. And I go back to internet and how it's kind of like polluted a lot of this discourse. The major thing, and this kind of like sums up this entire conversation as a whole, is that you are either for or against. You are with us or you are against us. You are black or you are white, and there is no middle ground in between.
So I have to say hold on. I have to mention something about that because the right did this as well. So first, the left. I want to mention something about that.
It's not a political thing. It's not a political thing. It's just like
no. Check this
you
out.
are
Check this out.
Left or you are right, and if you are in the center, you don't exist.
So no, get this. See, there's someone who said that pretty badly. Ayanna Pressley, Massachusetts. She said the Democrats don't need Let me see. She said that the Democrats do not need any more black faces that don't want to be a black voice. We don't need brown faces that don't want to be a brown voice.
Mhm.
We don't need Muslim faces that don't want to be Muslim. She said stuff like that. Essentially, if you're either with us or against us. It's funny because that line, you're either with us or against us, that's a line. That's very, I would tell, if somebody would tell me that, you're either with us or against us, and that person is left leaning, I would tell them, wow, that's very conservative of you.
Exactly.
Because you know who else said that a while ago? Bush. You're either with us or with the terrorists.
Yeah, exactly.
She said it just like that. And it's funny because this has happened with a YouTuber that is very left-leaning, Vosh, or Voosh, as people like to call him as a parody. Yeah, him, the guy that wants to be a horse and bang lollies. Yeah, him, that guy. He was talking about how he only cares about winning. He wants to win as a socialist, not to lose. Principal failure means dog shit. And then if we go to his right-wing comparison, Matt Walsh, or Matt Vosh, as I call him now, he said the same thing. I only care about the win. I just want to win. So,
yeah, I did watch a documentary with Matt Walsh in preparing for this, and I'm just like, shave that fucking beard. It makes you look like such a douchebag.
Yeah, ew. But yeah, the problem nowadays is that the extremes of either side have become worse, and the internet is
tribal mentality. Exactly.
The internet has made it easier for those voices to have a chance, because way back when we didn't have the interwebs, if we're all in a group and we have people being stupid like that, we just laugh at them and they'll get shamed into shutting the hell up and fucking off. Or in the most extreme of cases, we just slap the piss out of them for being stupid, but like, yo, stop. That's not good.
Well, and the thing too, though, is you can kind of blame the right, at least in America, for this sort of tribal mentality, because that's where it originally sort of started. You mentioned Bush, but it goes beyond that. So if you go back to the 1980s with Ronald Reagan, he signed a thing called the Fairness Doctrine, which is essentially a thing on related to the media. Basically, if there is liberal representation, or the premise is that the media is liberal, and if the media is liberal and has so much liberal representation, there should be equal amounts conservative representation. But what ended up happening was you started getting all of these just extremists at best and just nutcases at worst. That's where you started getting the Rush Limbaughs and the Sean Hannitys and the Alex Joneses of the world. And that's sort of just dumbed down political discourse as a whole. But even with that, before that, you have I would argue people like Geraldo Rivera. I'm always terrible at saying his name. I'm sorry. Geraldo Rivera, Oprah, even just sort of loosely packaging journalism and merging it with entertainment to create this sort of sensationalism that ultimately has brought political discourse all around the world, arguably, down to its lowest that it can possibly go, until it just goes lower and lower and lower until it either collapses. It either the end goal is either going to be it's going to implode on itself, or it's just going to somehow wrap back around to being rational again.
Counterpoint on that. It can be looked at either way. Either side likes to blow things out of proportion, and but the right was kind of the one who really pioneered that concept, and the left ultimately did it too, because they kind of had to, because that's how you get clicks. But I mean, dude, CNN's been doing that for ages. CNN, MSNBC. And then you also have the fact that CNN used to be have journalistic integrity, in the first couple of years of when it started. Got to get that money though. But here's the thing. The problem is this: if it's one thing that the left took from the right, and arguably do it even harder now, is fear-mongering. The right used to be the pros of fear-mongering. Now the left is the king of that. But now the right has started to copy the left in regards to lobbing insults. That's why when the left started spamming bigot, Nazi, whatever phobe, or my personal favorite, combining bigot and Nazi together, they call them a bigot Nazi. That's like my favorite one. Now the right just goes, where the left would go, okay, boomer. Now the right just goes, okay, groomer. So that's where that goes.
That reminds me of a joke that my that just reminds me of a joke.
I'll be right back. I'll be at the bathroom.
That just reminds me of a joke that my one government professor told me in college about the Quaker Nazi declares war and refuses to serve. Anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say generally, like, I'm glad Gerardo came in, because I think he said a lot of what Gerardo ended up saying is what I probably would have said, but not nearly as eloquently.
Okay.
And I think that, like, I think that that's sort of my view, is wokeism a thing as you define it? Yes. But I think my major thing, though, is like, I think we have so many greater problems that we should be focusing this amount of energy to. Things that affect more than just, like, the far extreme reactionaries on the internet.
Katsu Sanya says, wokeism contributes to a lot of those problems, though. Like, for example, birth rates.
Birth rates? Well, what do you mean? Birth rates are...
What do you mean, Katsu?
I think we need...
Birth rates.
I think we need less. I think we need to cut down on the population because it's not sustainable.
Would you like to hop in, Katsu?
Yeah. Well, I think Gerardo is going to come back, but yeah, if Ketsu wants to join,
we can have, like, 4 people.
Yeah.
Katsu says birth rates are declining, which is just objectively terrible for our economy.
It's... Well, okay, then maybe... Well, no, maybe that's a sign that we can actually start to scale back our economy. Our economy is getting too big, and that's what's contributing to a lot of the issues that we face. So, there's, this idea, this whole thing about, like, oh, how the population is declining, and that's ultimately going to go to the downfall of humanity. That goes to something called the Great Replacement Theory, and it's something that a lot of people, Elon Musk infamously has been touting it fairly recently, and it really kind of comes down to they are concerned about the population declining because it means that white people may one day become a minority.
Hey, hold on.
And they don't want that.
I'm going to call, Katsu. Add Katsu.
Okay.
So, where are you at? What's your name? Haremi Sakura.
I forget what Ketsu's name is. Oh, he posted something in my Discord, so he does... I forget what his screen name is, though.
Add. Great group. There we go. Maybe?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what it was.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello? I hear you.
Okay, good.
Nice.
So the problem with decreasing populations is that, you know, the people who contribute most to growth in wealth are people ages roughly like 25 to 45. If that number of people in general goes down, then people in the long run will just get poorer because it means they're just...
Here's the thing, though, is like we are at a point where the economy is an important thing, but it is not issue number one. Issue number one is sustainability. And we do not have the resources to take care of 8 billion people. And if we continue to have kids, those resources are going to be stretched more and more and more thin. And that's why like the prices of things are starting to go up. That's why we're having all of these supply chain issues, is because we just don't have enough shit to provide 8 billion people. So the people, like, yes, if we all stopped having kids, hypothetically, that would, obviously I would not want that. But we need to cut the population down a little bit and scale back the economy so that we can have a more sustainable future.
I thought the reason for supply chain issues was simply whiplash from COVID.
That too. There's a bunch of reasons. But ultimately, like, we are going to have more and more and more shortages and supply chain issues and things like that as time goes on, because more people are going to be born, more people are going to contribute to carbon usage and just pollution of the environment as well, and more people are going to take and not give. And that's why, that's why all of these wars are going on in, Asia, Africa, is because for centuries we've been picking at their resources, their diamonds, their agriculture, their oil, their natural gas, things like that. And we take, we rob them dry, and now they're poor, famine-struck, they have nothing because we've taken it all for centuries. And now we have nothing left to take, so we're just like, okay, we're gonna leave you high and dry now.
Okay, so first of all, a vast majority of CO2 emissions actually just come from fossil fuels. All we would really need to do for our environmental problem is just replace fossil fuels with other forms of energy, most notably nuclear.
But that's not the only issue. Well, yeah, CO2 emissions is a huge issue. Yeah, and yeah, we do need to start switching over to a more sustainable fuel source.
Nuclear
but
power.
Also, yeah. Well, I mean, ultimately, I would say like solar or wind, if we can perfect that technology a bit further. But
Nuclear power.
yeah, excellent. Sorry. No, but also, like I said, like, food shortages. Like, if you remember, like, a couple years ago, we had, like, a baby formula shortage. We have a helium shortage. Like, people... Like, the helium that people are, using to, like, blow up balloons and shit.
Well,
like, they are now starting to say that helium is becoming a more scarce resource, and we actually need helium for things like, medical testing, medical research, medical devices like defibrillators and things like that. And again, it's because we've, for centuries, just been taking and not giving back, and and there's only so much that we can give, because we have to spread the limited resources that we have to 8 billion people.
We need more helium gas.
Yeah. That too. But like or bees, for example. Bees are now on the endangered species list. And, you know, we have people like my neighbor, in fact. My next door neighbor is actually a beekeeper. But, and yeah, like that's, you know, becoming more and more difficult. But people like him are basically keeping the planet alive, because if bees go endangered or bees go extinct, pretty much life as we know it kind of ceases to exist. Like, the bees pollinate flowers, which, you know, all sorts of animals pollinate flowers, pollinate plants, which all sorts of animals need to survive. And if those animals die out, they, you know, affect other animals that we need to survive, or affect other things that we need to survive. Like,
I'm looking it up.
Like, that's sort of my
and-
issue with the population crisis, and I think that it's good that the population is starting to decline. I think that as long as it is not taken to an absolute worst case scenario, I think that where we are at right now is a good place.
I'm looking at it now, and it looks like there's specific species of bees that are endangered, but I can't see anything outright saying that bees in general are.
Okay, maybe it is only certain species then. I don't know. Well, like, I know, like, the bumblebee is an endangered species.
Huh.
I believe.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look more into that.
So,
Well, anyway, that's just sort of my take on that. Elle, do you have anything to add, or another topic, or what?
yeah, I'm still curious as to what your actual stance is on the matter. On woke
I think I
culture.
Well, my stance is essentially, I don't like political correctness as much as the next person, but it's always been an issue. It's not a new thing. And in reality, I think that we need to just kind of allow the crazies to kill each other off. And I think ultimately the pendulum is going to swing back in the other direction. I think that this whole woke extremism thing being, like, popular in the media, I think it's going to kill itself out. And in fact, I think it already kind of is starting to.
Well, I believe in the pendulum swing as well. I just hope it's going to be very violent when it swings the other direction.
I
mean,
I am actually very scared. I am actually very scared that it will be, though. I think, like I've said for a long time, I don't think, like, for example, a civil war in America, I've said for a long time that I don't think it's a matter of if, but when, and how quickly is it going to be squashed, and how much destruction will be will be left in its place until it is squashed.
So,
Because it's not going to ever be
wokeism.
like a whole bunch of, like, gun nut conservatives taking on the U.S. military. It's not going to go well. I think anybody who has a brain cell is
I'm
going
gonna
to
stop you.
agree.
I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you right there, and I'm gonna give you a counterpoint right now.
Huh?
You think we won't? You think that the gun nuts won't stand a chance against the American military? I can disprove that right now.
Oh.
One word: Vietnam.
Another word: Waco. Another word:
Okay.
Waco.
Look at what's going on right now with Israel and Palestine. They're not doing anything with them. They're still doing their thing. It doesn't matter, bro. As far as gun nuts, I'm gonna say one quick thing about that too. Everyone should be armed. You as a left winger, you should want guns more than anyone.
He's not a left winger.
Didn't you say you were left? Didn't you say you were left wing?
I am, but I'm not anti-gun. Like
Yes.
I
I mean, you're center right according to your political compass.
Well, I mean, you're more left than I am, according to the political compass. So
I mean, according to the political compass, we're all right-wing bigot Nazis anyway. So who cares?
exactly. But no, like, I'm saying that I don't think the U.S. military. I think that the U.S. military, with as much resources as it has, can easily take out like some small guerrilla army of gun nut.
Are you sure?
That said,
here's the thing.
It's not going to be an easy and it's not going to be a pleasant process.
But Vietnam,
I mean, honestly, here's the thing, though, bro. That fight would never happen. The fact that they're even bringing that up is stupid. Okay, the military, the American military, is going to be very hard pressed to want to take down their own people, their own family and friends. That's not going to happen. The problem with the thing that people are whining about is the fact that they won't. That's not going to happen. It's not. The only people that think civil war is actually going to happen is freaking Tim Pool. He's an idiot anyway. Who cares about him? He's a dumbass. He's been panicking. He's been panicking about a civil war coming about as long as people, while I was in the military, thought we were actually going to go to war with Korea. They're not going to do anything either. North Korea is the equivalent of left-wingers that whine and cry about wanting attention, but don't actually ever do it. But don't actually ever do anything. You give them a couple of bucks and they shut the fuck up real quick. They're not going to do anything. There's not going to be a civil war in America because at the end of the day,
I think that we are radicalizing certain pockets of the world, regardless of political ideology. But it is mostly a right-wing concern because right-wingers are the ones who are armed to fucking shit. But
bro, are you saying people like the trans shooter don't exist? Are you saying that there don't exist people that are left-wingers have guns? There's plenty of people on the left that are radicalized,
I mean, the fact that you can call them out as the trans shooter says that they are very, very much a minority.
But they still exist.
They exist, but they are a massive, massive minority, and it is mostly a right-wing thing.
But it still exists.
It exists, but you know. It
exists, and
so does a lottery winner. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are very common.
Hey, wait a minute.
But it still exists. The point is that you can't say, yeah, but there's more on the other side as a valid excuse to dismiss it.
Yeah, and here's another thing: you can't unshoot the people they've already shot.
You also have a lot of people.
But like, here's my thing, though: is that that's not necessarily my point. My point is we have people who are being radicalized on the internet and on television and in the media.
I actually have something to say about that.
That's a good point here. Do you see how the media likes to cover that up when it does happen? So
that's actually a change because in the past, a couple of years ago, for example, whenever a white boy does a shooting, they'll always mention how he was just a troubled kid. He was such a nice kid. But if it was okay,
I was complaining about that for so long.
Okay, my boy, let me finish, please. But then if it was a black kid, fatherless behavior. Yeah. Wow, look at that fascinating behavior. Wow, he was a thug. Wow, he was wow, he was a gangster. Blah blah blah. They'll do anything to destroy the guy's character. But now it seems that's flipped a little bit. If it's a white guy that does the shooting, they're gonna go ahead and flip out, or they'll even take things and make it wrong. Like look at what happened with what's that kid's name? The guy who the kid who was at the protest and ended up shooting like 3 people. God damn it.
I don't know.
He went to a protest.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He was talking about doing medical help, but he ended up killing 2 people and shooting a third guy.
I
don't know what you're talking about.
But I forgot the name.
Hold on a second. Shooter during Kyle Rittenhouse. There we go. Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm sorry, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh,
When Kyle Rittenhouse blew away 2 people and then wounded 1 other, there were people out there trying to push the narrative that he had shot 3 black people. And this continued even after it was revealed that all 3 of them were white and that many of them were instigators. So you have that narrative has changed. Now, when the one trans shooter a while ago did that, people have been adamant to withhold that person's manifesto. When you have a person who is of color now, doing something, they only mention person does a thing. But if it's a white guy, they make it a point to say that it's a white guy doing it. Especially if
ultimately, I don't think the media should cover it at all because it's just giving unnecessary attention.
I disagree. I think the media should cover it.
Yeah.
The thing is that media has changed to where before it used to be about covering correct information. Now it's about who does it first and who has the most clickbaity of a title. That's why people nowadays are getting annoyed at titles, because so many titles nowadays are clickbait. Like, it'll talk about something, and then you go to the article and there's nothing.
Also, part of the reason that these mass shootings are happening is because it's an easy way to get 15 minutes of fame. And if you're mentally and if you're mentally ill enough, you don't care about the ramifications of, I'm not going to be dead. I'm not really going to be able to bask in that glory anyway.
Okay, I can give you a healthy compromise about that, my friend. So check this out. In this example, I am going to commit a school shooting. Let's use me as an example.
Oh no!
I've snapped. I've decided I'm going to take off some people. I have a manifesto. I have all these crazy things. I've been radicalized. I decide to do the thing. So I go in there. I start shouting racial epithets, anti-Semitic things, anti-religion, anti-LGBT, the works. I go off on everybody. I go on a rampage, and then I either take the coward's way out and kill myself, or the cops show up and slap me down, whatever the case is. So this should be reported, absolutely, but it should be reported properly, as in with accurate information. And then in the case of the shooter, me, in that instance, they should not reveal my face, they should not reveal my name, they should not reveal my backstory, because by not doing that, I'll explain why this is a compromise. Because accurate news should be reported. Attention should be reported. The only things about me that should be reported is how was I able to procure my weaponry. Perhaps they should reveal my manifesto if it's relevant. But it's also hard to say because anybody can write anything in a manifesto. I could be a crazy left-winger, and as I go to commit my atrocities, I can have my manifesto express a lot of right-wing talking points, quote-unquote, to try to make the right look bad as a last hurrah, right? So
I mean, there was that one guy who shot a bunch of people up in New Zealand and was shouting out PewDiePie just as a random meme thing.
Yeah, so it's subjective. But the thing is, if you take out the shooter, in this instance, the shooter should not be mentioned. You should not mention his name. You should not mention who he is, his race, nothing. Because by you simply referring to him as the shooter, or even better, saying, yeah, this guy's a piece of trash, just refer to him as what he is. Trash. That may not stop the next mass shooter, but it makes some of them have a second thought and realize, you know what, you're not going to go out in a blaze of glory. Everyone's only going to remember you as a piece of trash. They will discard you just as quickly, and everyone will instead give attention to the real issues, be it gun control or what happened to the victims. Yeah, I think that's how it should be. Because if you don't glorify this person,
and that's what we've kind of been doing in the past. We've been kind of glorifying, like the Columbine shooter, the Sandy Hook shooter, or
not so much glorified, but
even in more extreme situations, like Dylan Roof, the guy who shot up that one black church a couple of years ago.
I just think that's what it is. Don't mention their names, refer to them as trash, and that's it. Also, I'm also a bit of an advocate for, in my personal opinion, if, let's say, for example, there's a shooter doing shooty things, it is caught on camera. Okay, it is caught on camera. He is caught red-handed in 40K. It is very clear that this person is committing crimes. He has taken lives, this, that, and the other. He is finally subdued by the police. In my humble opinion, when it is there and it is clear without a shadow of a doubt, and this person is either potentially acting alone or what have you, take him out. That person should not be arrested. That person should not be in jail. I don't think anybody here wants to pad their tax dollars, go to having this guy in jail. Get it over with.
I support the death. I support the death penalty, not because I think it's an effective deterrent. In fact, studies show that it is very much the opposite of an effective deterrent. but more
That's fine.
so.
I don't care if it's a defective deterrent. I don't want my
Exactly, I
money
just want
going into housing a loser. Get him out of here.
Yeah, exactly. My stance has always been like, the problem with the prison system in the United States is that it's way too much focused on punishment and not focused enough on rehabilitation. There are people in this world, drug offenders, even like some rapists and sexual criminals, sexual offenders that I think can be rehabilitated. That said, there are people in this world who are mentally ill to a point where they, or even that, or just so far down the rabbit hole of radicalization that there is just no point in spending tax dollars to keep them alive. Now, what is that point? I don't know. And smarter heads than me are going to need to debate on that. But what I am saying is there is that point of just, there is no point in spending time and money in rehabilitating them. And there's no time and money in keeping the lights on in their prison cell so that they can be alive and continue to be a threat to the rest of the world.
I do think there does need to be an effort made to give people a chance, or rather get them away from committing crimes, because it is a revolving door. You have commits a crime.
Yes.
Let's assume it's a petty crime. They go to jail for petty theft. So now they have a conviction. Now people are going to do a background check. They're going to see they have a conviction. They're not going to want to give them a chance. And then this person is unable to get a job, unable to sustain themselves. So what are they going to do? What do you think they're going to do? They're going to commit a crime again because they don't have a choice.
Yeah, they have to. Like a lot of crime, even just like, especially petty crime, a lot of petty crime comes out of necessity. I think we know that. But obviously, not all of it. But, like, for example, theft. Theft, a lot of times, comes out of necessity. Why did you steal? Because you had no other choice. You had to feed your family somehow. So you went into the supermarket and you started shoplifting. Or you went into somebody's house, robbed them, took their TV, and sold it on the black market. Or, they get into... Or the other thing, too, is addiction, obviously.
Smartphones are easier.
Smartphones are... Well, actually, no, I wouldn't... I would disagree with that, because a lot of smartphones... At least I know Apple phones. I assume there's a similar feature on Android.
You can jailbreak.
But, like, a lot of phones can be, like, remote locked.
You can jailbreak. It's easy to jailbreak.
Funny.
Well, you can't really jailbreak if you can't get into the phone, is what I'm saying. It'll basically, like, lock it to where it's a brick.
Oh, you can. You definitely can. Just take it to the Philippines. It's easy. Even if it's bricked. India, Philippines, we know how to do that stuff.
Yeah, there's a will, there's a way, I guess. But, my point though is, the other thing too is obviously addiction. Addiction is, there's a lot of, you can talk about how did people get to that point, but the fact of the matter remains, they are at that point and they have a chemical dependency on whatever it is, heroin, meth, fentanyl, Oxycontin, things like that. And they have to steal to feed their habit. And they can get clean, and they should get clean, but that's obviously far more easily said than done.
Well, personally, I'm sorry, but I have a zero tolerance for thieves. Especially if I find one in my home.
If you find one in your home, I'm not saying that you have to... I'm not saying that you should let them rob you. I'm saying that...
They get in center mass. Empty. They get an empty
I'm not saying that you should just let them rob you. Yeah, I'm not saying that you should just let them rob you. I'm saying that if you look at the broader scope of things, you realize that the prison system is partially to blame for this, because these are people who could be productive members of society, but they aren't.
Hey,
Because either A, they have to steal to survive, or B, they have to steal to keep up an addiction that can be cured.
So your prison system, I'm not familiar with it. You don't have like an education system wherein you can graduate from high school, college.
In the
And, yeah,
What do you mean? Like,
inside the prison.
we might have that, but it's very, especially as of like the last couple of decades, our prison system has been more focused on punishment as opposed to rehabilitation. Like, if you ever watch like footage from like a maximum security, like private prison especially,
That is
if you
maximum
look at-
security.
well, or private prisons
Okay.
especially, private prisons are a for-profit thing, and that actually contributes to a lot of people getting framed for crimes that they didn't commit, because they are, private prisons are for profit, and they are in cahoots with law enforcement, and they are arresting people not because necessarily they did anything wrong, but because they have to fulfill a profit quota. So you have a lot of, and this is just the reality of how it is in the United States, a lot of black people especially getting slapped with like minor drug offenses or carrying an ounce of weed or something like that. Something that is technically illegal, but not really a major threat to society. And they are being put in these private prisons where they are, they are being sexually violated. They are turned into, people have to revert to a sort of fight or flight mentality in order to survive in our prison systems, in a lot of our prison systems.
Okay.
Rape is actually quite rare in prison, statistically speaking.
Is it?
That's interesting. Because
I actually
it's
didn't know that.
always glorified in media.
Yeah, it is. So I guess if that's true, then that does change a lot of things. But also just like living conditions and things like that. And like people don't typically care about the living conditions in prisons, because I mean, oh well, they're all just criminals and they all deserve to be there.
Well,
But
something
if you do even like an ounce of research, like not everybody in these prisons deserves to be there, and not everybody who deserves to be there deserves to have the same level of punishment.
Something about what Katsu said. I once saw a National Geographic documentary on maximum security prisons. So one of the prisoners being interviewed, he claims that if you get in here, you're going to get raped. No exceptions.
The booty warrior.
I mean, I imagine a lot of that is sort of sensationalized. Like a lot of these like Scared Straight programs and things like that on TV are kind of sensationalized. I don't know. I don't know what the actual statistics are. I didn't look at it, and maybe I should have. But
Neither do I.
I likes you and I wants you. And we could do this easy way or the hard way.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Bye! Anyway.
I can hear you, Tom.
Do you like, you ever see Tom Segura?
Nope.
Gerardo, have you seen Tom Segura?
Don't think so.
Oh, man, I gotta send you, there's like this one bit where they were talking about like a Scared Straight program, and that's actually where that comes from. Is like that Booty Warrior episode of South Park. That's what it's directly referencing.
It's from the Boondocks, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's referencing. Is Scared Straight is this one guy in real life calls himself the Booty Warrior, and he's basically just like, I likes you and I wants you. Now we can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way. But to a broader point, that's sort of the reality of the American prison system, is that it's very much in terms of survival of the fittest. The strong prevail, the physically strong prevail, and the weak get violated or murdered or injured in some degree, and they are forced to either fight or flight. Or well, there is no flight, so essentially it's basically eat or be eaten.
Okay. So, here is, something, related to the topic. Pronouns.
What's this?
Pronouns. What is your stance on pronouns? Specifically, woke pronouns.
Oh, she's
I
talking
don't
about
care.
so she's talking about like neo pronouns.
Yes.
Okay, so
I don't care.
In general for pronouns, I do have several friends who are LGBT. So as they are my friends, as I respect and care for them, I don't have a problem using their pronouns. However, I'm usually going to use a person's name as opposed to pronouns. I don't really feel like it's going to be a problem. The issue is that when you have somebody introducing themselves and the first thing they do is throw their pronouns at you, that is an attempt to control. You're not going to control me.
I agree.
I'm going to ask for your name, and I'm going to refer to you by your name.
If I respect you, I'm going to treat you with the respect that you deserve. If not, then you are not owed my respect.
As far as for like the neo pronouns, like the crazy stuff, like the Zer,
Yes.
bug self stuff, I'm just not going to interact with you.
Exactly.
Like if we're on the internet, I'm already blocking you. I'm already on the next topic. And if I run into somebody like that in real life, I'm just gonna default to my what's your name again? I'm sorry. All right, cool. And I'm just gonna refer to you by your name. Like if you're gonna be like how Schmorky was, who became obsessed with gender, and you're just obsessed with your pronouns, then I'm just not gonna pay attention.
Sort of how I see it.
Funny example, there was a person on TikTok that was complaining about that because the dude is very masculine and he ran with he and they pronouns, and he got butt blasted because everyone just kept using he and nobody really used they. So he's like, I'm not upset or anything, but I was just kind of hoping that they would use the they every once in a while, so you're butthurt. So I'm sorry, but if I could take a cheap shot at people in that regard, also, I always feel like the people that are always the biggest whiners about it are the they thems. That's why you've noticed they stopped using the term they be, because they are babies or they bees. They're the ones that go with the they them are more often than not the biggest whiners.
That's the thing, is if I know you and I know that you are, trans or whatever, I'm gonna call you by whatever pronouns you want, and it's not necessarily because whatever. It's because I'm not a dick, and I'm not going to go out of my way to insult you or to demean you if I think that you are otherwise a good person. At the same time, don't expect that. Don't expect me to. You get the respect that I feel you deserve, and it has nothing to do with ideology. It's a matter of I'm not a dick, and if you're not a dick to me, then I won't be a dick to you.
That's the thing. As long as basic respect is there, I don't care. But the thing is that a lot of times when people do that, they're doing that to elicit control, because more often than not, when people have a conversation, it's just, hi, my name is name. It's not, hi, my name is name. My pronouns are, nobody gives a shit, bro.
Yeah, like if I'm talking with you, like, oh, hi, my name is, Aaron. Okay, hi, Aaron, I'm Logan. Okay, so, we talk a little bit, and then if it comes up in conversation, like, oh, by the way, I'm transgender and I prefer they, them pronouns. I'm like, oh, okay, fine, I'm sorry, I'll call you by that, whatever. Like that's how a conversation happens organically.
Nope. I'm not gonna apologize. Because they already want you. They already want you to be on the back foot. They already want you to basically be defensive and walk on eggshells. It's a method of control.
Yes.
You will not control me. I will call you whatever the fuck I want, and I'm going to go by your name. If it offends you that I'm going by your name and not using your pronouns, it sounds like a you problem.
So on this issue, I take a similar stance to Mr. Jordan Peterson. I'm going to call you the way you present yourself. I'm going to use pronouns based on the way you present yourself. Basically. So.
By the way, I did watch. So I watched. Since I didn't really have like much knowledge on Jordan Peterson, I did watch one of his Joe Rogan appearances, and I gotta admit, I respect him a lot more than I thought I would. Either he is like genuinely a really smart person, or genuinely a really, really good bullshit artist. Either way, I'm impressed.
Well, anyways, I take more of a similar stance to Mr. Jordan Peterson, in that I will call you the way you present yourself. So, it's either a he or a she. I'm not gonna use they, them, unless you're a multiple person. You're multiple individuals at once.
See, I'm just not... I just don't care as much as you, I think. Like, I don't care...
I also don't care. That's why I
Yeah.
don't like being made to care.
I don't think anybody is making you care.
Ah, but if they ask you to call them a particular pronoun, they are exercising a form of control, as Gerardo put it, and trying to make
Yes.
you care.
Yes, but, like, if you... again, it depends on, like, what the situation is. If you are...
It's a form of control.
Okay, but if it's, like, a friend of yours, like, if your friend is transgender... and you respect that friend, and you value that friendship should come over whatever arbitrary bullshit principle that you have.
If there is respect, then there will be respect. It will be reciprocated.
Exactly.
But there is a
Treat others how you would want to be treated.
There's
If
a
you
difference, dude. There's a difference between mutual respect and control. A random person trying to tell me to use their pronouns is totally different from me having a friend deciding, yeah, I'm going to transition. I'm whatever now. A friend of mine did that when they admitted to me that they wanted to transition. I said, okay, cool. We've been friends for...
Yeah, and like the whole thing with like trans people too is like, I do not understand it. I'm not going to even begin to try and figure out how to understand it. Is it mental illness? I don't know, but I also don't care enough. You live your life. You do whatever crazy shit you want.
All right, so put it this way. That friend, okay? That friend mentioned it to me.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay. And I have yet to use their pronouns. That friend, when they told me that they were going to transition, every single friend I've had that has had a thing with gender, every single one of them, that's at least 3. They simply tell me, and they never even mentioned pronouns. They never mentioned pronouns. I've never had to use it. I've never had to deal with being corrected. We're friends. They mentioned it.
Have you ever asked like what pronouns they want to go by? Because like maybe, that might.
All right, my boy, stop interrupting, please.
Right.
No, I didn't ask because it doesn't fucking matter. You're my friend. I don't care. As long as you're not.
It matters to them clearly.
No, it doesn't.
Matter to them clearly.
No, it doesn't. He didn't. None of my friends, when they did the transition thing, ever brought it up. The only thing that mattered was that they were transitioning, and I'm assuming that they were telling me this because A, they trusted me, and B, they wanted to make sure that I was okay with it. I acknowledged it. I said, "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Okay, cool. How's your day going? Are you good? Is anyone bothering you about it?" Conversation continues, and then it moved on from there.
Fair enough.
What I'm saying is that the average LGBT person, they don't really care about that shit. They just typically want to be left the fuck alone. So the thing is,
I love
as
how
long as
just like we're talking about this, and in chat they're just like exchanging dad jokes. That's really cool.
Fine. So when it comes to stuff like that, that's clear that the respect is already there. So there's no need to worry about that. So I don't really feel that's given me an even worse interpretation of the whole pronoun thing, because a lot of times when that pronoun stuff comes up, it's by, I'm gonna be blunt, retards that want attention and want to feel special.
Yes.
It's
a victim complex.
It's not even a victim complex. It's narcissism. It's not even about being a victim. It is narcissism. They want to be the center of attention. They want to be better. They want to pretend. They want to find something, anything, to make them look like they're better or special. And when people, nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
So when that happens among friends, they're like, all right, cool. Okay. I don't care. We're still friends, right? Cool. All right, bye.
Yeah.
All right, let's go talk about let's go talk about something else.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So no, it's not that serious. Anytime people make it anytime people want to make it a big deal, it's because they're looking to be offended, or they are desperate for validation.
Mhm.
That's what it is. It's like one of my. It's ego. It's ego. It's narcissism and ego.
Yeah. And that's kind of like, I feel like the adverse is true as well. I think that people who are offended by pronouns are kind of just looking for something to bitch about.
People are not offended about pronouns. It's not. They're not offended about that stuff. They may be weirded out, or they may be looking at you like, dude, nobody cares. Like, or that's one of those. It's one of those. I didn't ask.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's great. But it's like, yeah, that's great. But who asked?
Yeah.
And
that's sort of like if I ran into if I ran into a person, like, I would want, hopefully to have, like, maybe I could, like, have, like, an interesting dialogue with somebody who's, transgender or something like that. But, at the end of the day, again, you owe me the same. I owe you the same respect that you give to me.
I don't know you shit.
Well, okay, fine. In that case, I give the same respect that you give me. If you're going to be an asshole to me, I'm going to either A, be an asshole to you, or B, entirely dismiss you.
If I'm your friend, you do not have to question my friendship. I'll be right back. I got a phone call. One moment, please.
Okay. Well, that was fun.
No, but like that's sort of like my thing. Is just like that's what it all kind of comes down to. Is like it's not something that particularly matters to me, and it's not something that I think really affects things in the major long haul. Like, wokeness in the media, I think, is going to ultimately be a dying fad, and it already is kind of starting to be. If you look at like how like all of these Disney movies are like leaning heavily on woke culture, they're failing. Or if you look at how like a lot of these video games that are relying heavily on wokeness are failing, it's because the public is getting smart to this capitalism, like kind of like diversity capitalism.
Okay, so here's a funny example. Let's say there's this guy who is my friend, who suddenly decides that he's going to use they them pronouns. So if I want to call this guy, I'd usually go like, hey man. So next time I see him, because he's now into they them pronouns, do I use like, hey they? Okay.
Just be like, just say like, hello, person's name, hello, Fred, hello.
Why did you take that seriously? That was a joke.
I'm just gonna use your name. I'm just gonna use your name. That's it. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't really care about that stuff. Like, if you're looking for validation, get that shit somewhere else. Like, if you want to be my friend, we'll be friends. You need to talk about something, we can talk about something. But if you're looking at me for validation just because you think you're special, nobody cares, bro.
Whatever you're going through, I fully support it, as long as you aren't just like trying to seek validation. If you want that, then go somewhere else.
You're not special. I don't care.
Yeah.
You're not special. You're just gay.
Just say hi or what's up. Exactly.
You're not special. You're just gay. That's it. Nobody
Yeah.
cares. Nobody cares. People have been gay for who knows how long. Who gives a shit?
Yeah. I mean, what like the island of Lesbos has existed for how long?
Nobody cares. That's it. Nobody cares. Get over it.
So,
You're going to have to find something. You're going to have to find something else to make yourself interesting. Just going to they them is
Like
about
have
as
like
is
an
about as
actual
generic as a cheese
personality.
sandwich.
Like develop hobbies or interests or something like that. Don't wear your persecution as a personality.
okay.
Now, one thing about woke culture that I think hasn't been mentioned is the whole being offended on somebody's behalf. So I'll give you an
Oh
example.
my God.
I'll give you an example. So you guys have heard of Speedy Gonzalez, right?
Yes.
So everybody and their mom was complaining about Speedy Gonzalez and how he was a bad representation of Mexicans. Mexicans promptly said,
Mexicans can't run fast and Mexicans can't be crafty.
my man, I'm gonna shoot you. But anyway, everybody was basically like, yo, fuck up. Same thing happened with the whole Latinx thing. Everyone was like, yo, just call me a slur. Like me, I'm Hispanic, so I'm the same way. I'm like, yo, just call me a slur at this point.
Oh,
Because
Philippines.
have you seen?
Latinx.
Have you seen the whole thing with? There was one of my favorite videos about this was for Spider Mid 2, when this one Hispanic guy is streaming Spider Mid 2, he's listening to one of the podcasts in the game, and the person starts talking about Le Doctore, and he just stops for a second. He's like, what was that? Like, he's just confused, and then the second time they do the whole gender neutral language, he just gets annoyed, pauses the game, goes to the screen, and he just shuts that shit off. He's like, nah, get out of here.
Just stop. Look. Just stop with these fucking, like, college-educated white women who want to talk about, like, oh, we need to do that. No. Have a black friend and then tell me. Like, get a black friend and then tell me what black people want. Or still don't, because black people don't want anything.
No, I mean, it's funny
That's the
because
thing, is like, that's the crux of this to me, is just like, we need to stop lumping people into specific groups. Black people do not want anything. Mexicans do not want anything. Filipino people do not want anything. What Filipino people want, what black people want, what Mexicans want is the same thing that we want, which is to live our lives without people, interfering with them in a negative fashion. I want to be able to get up, go to work, come home, have, a comfortable means of living to where I don't have to struggle paycheck to paycheck, and be able to go to bed soundly knowing that I have the ability to provide for myself or whatever family I have at the start. That is what white people want, that is what black people want, that is what everybody wants. So stop trying to speak on behalf of a group of people just because they have more melanin in their skin than you do. They don't want anything more than what you want.
I mean, until we're talking about those C-Baby Ink types, but they don't count.
Yeah.
That was a good discussion.
So it's like, how do I say this? It's just annoying when they do that. It really is. The blatant pandering, being offended for somebody else. There was a video where
Exactly. Yasuke is just like, yeah, I'm black. I just want to play video games. Like, exactly. Like, black people, like black people want to play video games. Mexicans want to play video games. Quadriplegic people want to play video games, and Microsoft actually has a special controller for that. Like, stop trying to, oh, black people want reparations. No, some black people want reparations. Other black people think reparations are entirely stupid and worthless.
Hey, I'm offended. How about fictional anime people? We need representation.
Okay, you're offended, so... Okay, fine. Fine. So to accommodate the anime people, we will have we will have a separate bathroom for 2D, for dimensionally challenged people. People with dementia as they call it.
You know, that kind of reminds me of what happened when people got upset about people on the left got offended on the left about that, because there was a part where somebody was making an announcement about, oh, don't call them zombies, call them mortally challenged. And people legit got upset about that. I was like, bro, that's actually like straight up hilarious. Like I mean, I had a pretty good chuckle at that one.
Hey, whenever you guys are ready to wrap things up, I have this satirical prose, which I wrote on my blog some time ago. It's actually made up of just buzzwords and phrases made by
Sure, why don't we do that now?
Yes.
Why don't we do that now?
That actually sounds funny.
Okay, I'm going to read it, and it's going to be super offensive to people.
Uh-oh.
No, read it in. Can you read it in like your? Can you read it in like your in like your?
Yes, troll voice.
Like, yeah, the
want me
troll
to
voice.
read it
Well,
like
actually, yeah,
Okay.
that. Read it in that voice.
Okay. Validation. A satirical prose. Disclaimer. This is a work of satire. If you feel offended by anything included in this piece, then you are most likely one of the people being satirized. Or you need to look up the definition of the word satire. Please understand.
Sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but immediately one problem.
Yes?
Instead of disclaimer, you should have wrote trigger warning. Okay, go on.
Please understand that if you are offended, then this is intentionally meant to hurt you. Imagine being you. Stay salty. Greetings, stranger. As you already know, the truth is always in your heart. Go with what you feel, and you will never go wrong. So stay a while and listen, as I affirm to you what you already know to be true. Always remember to believe all women, because a woman always tells the truth about being victimized. And it's definitely not because they're the weaker sex, because women can do anything that men can do, only better. So if a woman tells you that she has been raped, you should understand that this is always 100% true. This is because all men are trash. And don't you even think about attempting to refute this with a tired old phrase that not all men, because this is objectively wrong on so many levels. Because, hello, it's 2021, or whatever year it is that you're currently reading this. That's it. That's the argument. And it is absolutely irrefutable. And please, never ever try to tell a woman about situational awareness and self-defense, because this is so obviously and blatantly victim-blaming, and it doesn't address the root of the problem, that we should teach men not to rape, just as we should teach robbers not to rob and killers not to kill. The reality is that men do not understand that these things are wrong, because as I've said before, all men are trash. And if you are a man and you are not, then you shouldn't counter with not all men, because this is not about you. This is about the victimized women. This isn't a false dichotomy. The simple truth is that if you are not the victim, then you have no right to enter the discussion in the first place. You mansplainer, you. Furthermore, remember to always be careful, because words are violence. Even if you believe that you have a logical reason to disagree with people who require a laundry list of demands on how you should deal with their kind, you shouldn't care. You shouldn't share such a disruptive opinion, because you are simply oozing with white privilege, no matter what your ethnicity might be. So keep in mind that you should just blindly acquiesce to these laundry list of demands, Because this is how to be kind. Because kindness can only be recognized as such when it conforms to the collective demands of the people on whom you choose to bestow said kindness. Words are violence, and this is why people are always responsible for what you feel and how you understand what they say. Anyone who hurts you with their words owes you an apology because you are special. Thus, be kind and always use gender-neutral terms because people who require the use of these terms are always obviously oppressed, if not by deeds, then by words and even thoughts. Because what you think about a person can cause you to have an internal prejudice that may cause you to utterly misgender this person, which is an unjustifiable hate crime in a world where words are violence. Remember, the singular they has been in use since the 1700s as modern, self-proclaimed, self-appointed linguists will always vehemently insist. This is true, even if the usage of singular they for an unknown individual was vastly different from the specific gender-neutral known individual usage that it enjoys to they. Gender is fluid. After all, from the moment you were born, it doesn't matter what type of genitalia you were endowed with. These are merely aesthetic. You are who you are, and your gender is something that you should only feel when you gain consciousness. You are special, and you can be anything that you want to be, and no one in the world has a right to stop you, especially not your parents. You don't owe them anything. After all, did they provide you with the quality of life that you deserve in this world? No? That is their fault for not aborting you, because that is what you would have preferred. You are always absolutely 100% justified in getting depressed, no matter what your triggers might be. Did your favorite relative die? Be depressed. Did your pet die? Be depressed. Did you not get the latest iPhone long before your birthday? Be very depressed. Did an ant bite you? Be very depressed and extremely traumatized. No one has a right to invalidate what you feel, because what you feel is always real. And no one, absolutely no one, has a right to try to make you feel better about it. This is patronizing, because they are not you, and therefore, not even several millennia of empirical knowledge can ever refute what you feel, because you are special and unique. You go and continue your self-loathing ways with your role-playing, self-loathing friends, you. Of course, every rule has an exception. If you were born as a trans, then you are definitely 100% a trans, and the rest of the world is transphobic and out to get you every single time they disagree with anything you say. After all, when bad things happen to you, it's your parents' fault for bringing you into the world where bad things can happen to you. Abortion is always justified because all men are trash. When you allow the sperm of a man, who is always trash, to fertilize the egg of a woman, who is always correct, then you are not creating a life. What you are creating is a bundle of cells, a parasite living in the womb of an otherwise good woman, only good for aborting as a fetus and boasting
Property.
on Instagram. Life does not begin until the being gains consciousness. This is why if you are asleep or in a coma, you are lifeless, and anyone who is taking care of you has a right to rip you limb from limb and flush you down the toilet, like the lifeless trash that you are. That is, of course, unless you happen to open your eyes or otherwise demonstrate consciousness, then that's murder. Of course, as you already know, your whole quandary started when you were born and you didn't win the birth lottery. Even though you are special, you were traumatized at birth. Only a very small percentage of the population won the birth lottery, and became billionaires. Obviously, having won the birth lottery, these people are evil and deserve nothing but death for the very fact of their existence. This is because we, the proletariat, should unionize now and take back the means of production, so that united, we can eat the rich, literally, including all their innards and right down to the bone. This is the one simple truth, as prophesied by our great prophet, Redeemer, Savior, and patron saint, Karl Marx, who perfectly predicted the world's path from communes to late-stage capitalism, to democratic socialism, to the holy communism, in a process known as dialectics, as outlined in the sacred book called the Communist Manifesto. Except for those times when he didn't, but we don't talk about that. Just remember, comrade, it's wrong to rape, kill, steal, and generally commit crimes against others, unless it's against a billionaire, because this makes you a good Marxist, and everything you do against a marked billionaire is always 100% justified, simply by the fact of their birth. The rationale is that billionaires won the birth lottery, and are therefore guilty of accumulation of wealth from the moment of conception. The only real redemption for them is a violent, excruciating death at the hands of labor. It's totally not a cult, by the way. Finally, remember that your envy is always justified. This is what social justice is all about. Social justice is neither communism nor despotism nor atomism nor anarchy, but the humanization of laws and equalization of social and economic forces by the state, so that those who have less in life may get revenge by ruining others' lives. Do you disagree in the face of all this overwhelmingly irrefutable logic? Then with all due respect, this is quite unkind of you, you homophobic, transphobic, bigoted, racist, white supremacist, fascist, capitalist pig you! I hope you get cancelled. Thank you.
I was so offended by that.
I wanted to leave one more thing on woke culture. I wanted to give you one of the greatest news articles I've ever seen of all time.
Oh, what?
There it is. The article, I'm going to say the topic of the title. The title is Straight Black Men Are the White People of Black People.
What?
Let's see. Yeah, there we go.
don't... Hold on. There's... What?
It's true.
Okay,
Look.
straight black men are the white... Oh!
Hey,
Okay,
Lorenzo.
I guess. So, okay, I guess I understand that
Yeah.
now.
You gotta be...
Like, I had to go through,
LGBT.
like, 15 layers of bullshit until I, like...
You gotta be
Like,
LG
wow.
whatevers.
Nah, you know... I was just saying in chat, like, were we supposed to teach killers not to kill? Because, like, I love the Killers. The Killers are... Have you listened to the Sam's Town album? That album's the shit. Also, I do believe that, words are violence, because you were reading those words, and, we don't have Katsu anymore, so... I think you just killed Katsu. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied having murder, having blood on your hands, Elle?
Oh, no. So,
Are you asking me how I would feel if I killed... What I would feel if I killed someone? Is that what you're asking me?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, simple.
What would I feel if I killed myself?
No.
If I killed someone.
No. You're asking me what I would feel if I killed someone? That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah. And my answer would probably be myself, but
No.
I would probably,
No.
yeah.
Okay, okay, so again, what would I feel if I killed someone, right?
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Yeah, simple. Recoil.
Very good, very good.
Say myself, but
Nah, don't do that. Speaking of which, I also did want to mention that no self-harm. Self-harm is bad. If you feel bad, if you're feeling bad for whatever reason it is, please reach out. Please reach out to somebody. Don't do that.
Yeah, reach out to a friend. Assisted suicide is much much more reliable.
Not even. I actually don't like joking around. That's actually a topic I've never been a fan of. Like, even if you have a political opponent wishing harm upon people, telling people to go off themselves and stuff like that, I've lost a couple of people to that. That's something. I mean, I understand that, you know. While I do agree with the line of that you can't really be knocking off on comedy, like that you should allow comedians to joke about whatever. At the same time, it's like some of it's not funny. Like, for example, when that one quote unquote comedian had that picture that she took when she was holding Donald Trump's severed head, I'm like, that wasn't fun. That's not funny.
It's not. Funny. I mean, it's just like Yeah, exactly. Like, I wasn't. I mean, obviously, I'm not a fan of Trump either, but like, I wasn't offended by it. It's just like.
I mean, it didn't offend me. But I'm looking at. I'm like, bro, come on.
You should have tried harder.
No, that right there, that's stochastic terrorism, bro. You could look at that as stochastic terrorism.
Yeah, but like I'm not offended by it. I'm just like, okay, I just saw it as like you were just like trying really hard to be edgy, and it just came off as like try hard bullshit.
You're trying to be edgy, but you're just corny. That's not funny, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that's what it was. Like, it's just like I don't like Trump either, but.
No, me neither. Me neither. I will say though, he has delivered some funny stuff. Your fake news. Yeah. That was hilarious.
I mean, like when he was calling the coronavirus the Kung flu, like I'm just like I like the Dave Chappelle bit, like, you racist, hilarious motherfucker.
So, Aris218 is asking if Gerardo is reading his lines. Which one?
No.
Yes.
I work customer service, so I kind of have a customer service mode when I'm on the phone.
Yeah, no, he's not reading his lines. Now, he is doing lines, but
no.
I guess I shouldn't have admitted that.
I'm doing lines of creatine. Yes, I am doing lines of creatine.
No.
There we go.
Are you reading Aris218's lines? I think is what he's asking.
In the chat, are you reading his comments?
Well, reaching out. Okay, so hold on, Aris. As far as validation and reaching out, if you have a trusted friend and you're feeling down and you're feeling of self-harm, having a bit of validation may be what prevents you from self-harm, and I think that's fine. I think it is healthy to have to be validated by your friends and family. That is a good thing. Yes, that's fine. But where it comes to validation and it being a point of negativity is you have these people, they need that validation daily. They need that validation from people that they don't know. They need that validation whereas they don't get that validation at every freaking point. I'm sorry, but that's pathetic, and that's weakness, and that's narcissism. Okay? A narcissist needs validation daily. If you need to get validated every freaking day, and you need to have people talking about spreading joy. Shut up. It's like, man the fuck up. Go eat a fucking sandwich. Go to the goddamn gym. You know?
Hey, Mike, I'll say my piece on this, and we don't need to debate it, obviously, because I understand this is a very personal issue to you. My stance is essentially... Obviously, like, don't encourage anybody to kill themselves. And if somebody kills themselves, it is horribly tragic, right? But I think that if somebody has reached a point in their life to where they see that as the most logical and realistic solution to what they are going through, I would not. I would talk them out of it, but at the end of the day, I would just realize it's their life. They can choose to do what they want with their own body, including end it.
Hey, that reminds...
And hold on.
Go on.
And I think that a lot of the whole talk about suicide is very selfish and very self-serving. Why don't you want people to kill themselves? Because it's going to make you feel bad.
No, I don't think people should kill themselves because I don't think that's the way. Look, I get it. Sometimes people are frustrated. Sometimes people get frustrated. I've had some people that have off themselves. I've had a small moment when I almost considered it myself. But my thing is,
Some people also like have lived a life to where like sometimes there's just no other option. Like like their life is fucked up in such a way, whether it's by their own doing or whether it's by someone else's own doing or whatever, that they feel that they have no other alternative. Like it like they used to say like, oh, it gets better. No, not necessarily. It can.
you can feel that way, but that doesn't mean it's true. There's ways to get. There's ways you can always improve yourself.
Hey guys, I have a perfect example for what LDP is saying, actually. Although it's fictional, it's a story of Narcissus, the visual novel.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that?
There you go.
Gerardo?
I am, obviously.
No, and I haven't read it. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
I literally go on my channel. Elle and I did a live reading of it.
So I can give you a short summary of that. Basically, the character who commits suicide sees it as a triumph at the end. Because she is very, very terminally ill. She's on the verge of death. She's going to die anyway. And people on the 7th floor of the hospital where she's from either die at home or die on the 7th floor. So that's basically the premise of it. But she decides to go on this long road trip with someone and chooses a place to die. So yeah. Justifiable suicide there.
Okay, I can understand that. Like if you're already terminal and you decide to go off by your own hand, that's understandable. I guess that can be understandable. Especially if you're like just prolonging your suffering, then okay, cool. I'm talking about when people are like because they're depressed or something, and they feel like they have no other option when it's just depression. Like I'm not trying to downplay depression. Depression is a pretty serious deal, but like when you give up on yourself like that, it's just like, come on, bro. Like if you're at the end of the line, I get it. But when you're like depressed or something, then or because you think you're a failure, come on, no.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But I also believe it's just like people have the right to be self-destructive, I believe. And I think that if you are a self-destructive person and you believe that this is ultimately you see no value in life anymore and you just want to end it, go ahead. I'm not encouraging that, but I am saying that if that's what you want to do, it's your life. And the people who try to talk you out of it, they are doing so because it affects them. It'll make you sad. It'll make you it'll make you feel worse about your life because you've lost a friend and you've lost somebody to talk to. Meanwhile, they've been suffering for however long, and they just want to end their suffering. Whether it's, terminal illness or whether it's just down to like, they're dirt poor, they have nothing, they have no real friends. Well, I mean, obviously they would have you in this scenario, but they don't have many real friends, they don't have many people that they can confide in, and they feel that they've hit rock bottom to a point where there's no means of getting back up. And whether that's justified or not, it's how they feel.
It could be just a passing feeling,
It could be, but again, it doesn't matter if it's logical, it doesn't matter if it's sound, it doesn't matter if it's realistic. It matters that that's how they feel, and I always say, like, do whatever you want, just as long as it doesn't hurt me or the people around me. And, yeah, I guess it would hurt the person around me, because they would, if they're successful, they would be dead. But, at the end of the day, it's what they would have wanted. They succeeded in what they set out to do. And really, I think that's what we all strive to do, is to succeed. We all come into this world, we all set our own goals for life, whether it's, getting married or having children or being successful in a field that you like, or, just like getting up and being able to successfully take a shit and wipe your ass.
Okay, I'm going to present...
We all have goals in life.
Yeah.
We all have goals in life, and if that is one of your goals, then you've succeeded in what you set out to do. I'm not going to take that away from you.
Okay, so I'm going to
Anyway,
present...
I don't want to like delve into that because it's obviously a very personal topic for Gerardo.
Okay, I'm going to present a dissenting opinion on that. So if I had a friend who had hit rock bottom, stuff like that, and wanted to take okay, this time I'm going to use they, them, because I don't know the gender. Now, that is the correct way of using that. To take
You
their
woke
life.
scum. Woke scum.
That is actually
How
the
dare
correct
you.
way of doing that.
See, no, see, this is why you're further left than me.
Okay, so if this friend wanted to take their life, I believe that as a friend, it would be my duty to at least let this friend know my feelings on the subject, because we are friends, right? So I need to let this friend know about my personal feelings on the subject, and also to make sure that this friend understands that if they do this, then that's it, that's the end. Period. Exclamation point. Nothing beyond that. I need to make sure that my friend fully understands this and is not just going through some emotional phase. That would be my take on the subject.
I mean, well, it could be. Don't just obviously, like, you hate it when people try to armchair psychoanalyze you. I wouldn't do that to that friend either. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's just like there are people who do that. I went to high school with them, trust me. There are people who are just like, oh my god, I hate my life, I'm gonna kill myself, and they do shit like that for attention. I'm not denying that exists.
As someone who has been
suicidal... There are people who genuinely are suicidal, and there are people who are just doing it for attention.
As someone who has been suicidal, let's try to do that at least twice during my lifetime. I'd say I would prefer it if somebody actually reached out to me during those times and didn't just wait for me to make my own decisions.
Yeah, reach out to them, but, I guess, like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, I guess my version of reaching out to you would be, I wouldn't tell you, no, don't do it, you have so much to live for. I would say, like,
well, that's exactly what I'm saying.
If you're coming to, I would say this, if you are coming to me, hypothetically, you're coming to me, I'm saying, Logan, I just can't do this anymore. I feel so hopeless. I feel so depressed. I think I'm going to take my own life. If you are coming to me and you are confiding in me about that, it's a cry for help. It's a cry that you need somebody to confide in. It's a cry that you need help with something, and you just need, maybe you just need somebody to talk to. And if that is the case, obviously I like to think that I'm a good friend. I would help you through that.
I'm going to present something that's actually factual here. At least as far as I'm concerned, and this is also documented. People who are about to commit suicide never cry for help like that.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But, like, that's what the scenario... It doesn't... Well, I mean, sometimes they do, but it's rare. It's rare. Like, if you're actually serious about doing it, you're going to do it.
No.
You're probably going to have reservations.
No. Here is something from real life, okay? People who are about to commit suicide exhibit signs, okay? There are signs that you can watch out for.
Oh,
a change. Yeah. There will be a change in attitude, a change in persona, a sudden change. Okay?
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a very, very sudden change. A person who is usually very reserved will become very happy-go-lucky, will want to experience all kinds of different things. That is a true cry for help. That person is actually suicidal.
Yeah, so sort of a midlife crisis in kind of like similar attributes in that.
Uh-huh. So, yes, a sudden change in behavior. Now, that is a true cry for help.
Yeah.
So, that's why I would just, let this person know, right? If I knew that this person, was going to commit suicide, I just let this person know. Okay, that would make me, very sad, as your friend. And also, are you sure? Are you sure? Because, if you do this, it all ends here. That's it. No more after this. I'm not here to try to stop you, but it ends there. That's it. Nothing beyond that.
When I was in the military,
I would say that, yeah.
When I was in the military, one thing that they always emphasized was whenever someone makes a mention of it, even if they say it as a joke, that you always take it seriously. So whenever something like that would happen,
yeah, definitely in that situation, totally.
So when something like that would happen, that would be an instance where you pull someone aside and talk to them in private and see what's going on. Obviously,
and I mean, like, obviously, if you're talking about like combat and on like the front lines and shit, then you start like getting into like actual PTSD and mental illness like that.
It's not even that. It's just a simple fact that if you know the person, you should of course step in, try to talk to them, make sure they're not going to hurt themselves. And then, we're not exactly trained on how to
definitely, like, if you're working on a team, like, you take that shit seriously, no matter what.
My man, please, let me talk.
Yeah.
Don't interrupt me, please. We're basically instructed to, of course, talk to the person, see if we can keep it at the lowest level, great. But at the very least, that's something that we should, of course, take up the chain of command. Not because we're trying to snitch on somebody or anything, but to make sure that, hey, listen, we're not exactly trained on how to deal with that stuff. So if we know how to talk to them, we talk them down. We support them as best we can, but of course we get them to where they can get the support that they need. I think that's always something that you should take seriously, because you never know. One of my friends, when he ended up taking his own life, I don't think I saw any signs. We just talked about things randomly, things that we enjoyed. We never really talked about negative things. He never mentioned anything. And then all of a sudden, I noticed that when I tried to contact him, he wasn't answering. Then I reached out to some of my others, some of our mutuals, and they're like, "Yo, no, he hasn't done anything. And then, lo and behold, someone who knows him, IRL, found out, and really let us know, and kind of sucked.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's just like K2J Extreme says. Usually, when someone announces that they're going to do so, they mainly do it for attention. And I don't mean to say that. I'm gonna say here, in my opinion, it's not negative. It is a call for attention. And while, yes, we have dunked on people for seeking attention, etc., I think this is a cry. I look at it more as a cry for help. Sometimes it can be a look for attention and looked at negatively, but you should still try to take it seriously. Unless it becomes a case of boy cried wolf, then that's when you kind of got to go to, all right, listen, bro, you got to go seek professional help.
It's always a very difficult, like, especially if it's somebody close to you, it's always a very, I have friends like that. I've had multiple friends who have attempted, I've had multiple friends who have considered, and like you said, when it gets to that boy who cried wolf situation, it's very difficult because, like, you start wondering, like, am I supposed to distance myself? Because, like, especially if they've attempted before and they've failed a couple of times, it gets to the point of just, like, do I want to continue being their friend for my own mental sanity? Do I want to try to distance myself? Because if I stay close to them and they are ultimately successful, it's just going to hurt me more than if I just, like, back out. And that's sort of like the thing you kind of have to work, and that's kind of like the point where you do kind of have to be selfish a bit and just sort of be like, think of your own needs or like what is going to be best for you. Because if they've tried a couple of times and they've failed, eventually they're going to be successful. And how is that going to impact you? How is that going to like that? I say like it is self-serving and it is selfish, but it's a real concern. It's a real thought that has to come into your head, because even if they may no longer be with us, life still goes on for you, and you have to worry about what's the future going to look like for me. How do you get past this?
That's an interesting viewpoint. Can't say
And
I
I'm not
agree with
necessarily saying that you are supposed to abandon that friend. I'm saying that I've been in that internal debate of like, should I do this? Should I not do this?
So, all I can say is, if I ever get suicidal, I wouldn't want you to be that friend.
I want to be that friend. I would not want to be responsible for saving the life of somebody halfway across the world.
Then don't point them in the right direction. That alone is enough.
Yeah,
that's it. Point them in. If you can't.
I would not. I would not. And yeah,
well, here's the thing.
LCX, you would not be the friend I would confide in about that either.
So here's the thing. You
would find out when I stopped uploading YouTube videos.
I mean, I think if you don't want to be involved, you should still do what you can. And in that regard, that would be, listen, that's not something I'm good at. Of course, you don't want someone to kill themselves. But listen, that's not something I'm good at. I think you should contact a professional. Mm-hmm. You should of course try to convey that in a way that exhibits, listen, I want you to get yourself help and not be dismissive. It's like, listen, I don't know what to say about stuff. If you want to vent, please go right ahead and vent. But otherwise, if the person is looking for a genuine solution, I mean, if you go to Google right now and I type in the word suicide, first thing that comes up when you Google suicide, help is available, speak with someone today, dial 988.
Did they change the suicide hotline in America? Isn't it like...
It's 988. It's available in English,
988,
Spanish,
okay, I couldn't remember. It used to be like 273 something, but now I think...
So
isn't that the same suicide hotline? They just it's just owned by the government now, so they can have like a shorter number.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that's what they did, and I also want to believe that what they did with that is that you can also pick multiple languages. So yeah, just listen. If you're not sure what to do, or you're not sure how to handle it, don't just be dismissive. At least try your best to say, listen, let's not do anything crazy. Let's not hurt ourselves. I'm not good at this. You should contact this. So, I think at the very least, at least some level of effort should be done. Don't be dismissive. If you don't think you can help someone, that's fine. But don't be the reason, or don't be the person that pushes them to it.
True.
Yeah, I understand that.
Here is something to end this discussion on a positive note. Something related to what Gerardo was saying. Because this is less tangentially related, so it's not really about suicide. This is from an article I read from Reader's Digest. It's a magazine. I think it's published by an Asian publication, but it's in English. So this is a story...
Reader's Digest? Well, Reader's Digest? That's like a major...
Yeah. So,
that's a major outlet magazine.
This is from one story from Reader's Digest. So there was this one guy, and he was playing, I think he was playing golf with a friend, when that friend's wife suddenly called and told that friend that their son had died. Their child had died, basically. So
hilarious.
So they rushed over. So the guy who wrote this article and this friend rushed over to his wife, and then throughout the entire time, the couple was thinking about what to do for the funeral, talking to all the relatives, and this guy who came along with his friend was feeling all awkward, thinking about what he should have done. Should have bought some flowers, maybe should be helping with, should be helping with a funeral and stuff, but he was just rooted in place, all awkward. So he was killing himself inside all the time, thinking about what should I do here? I don't know what to do. I don't even know this guy's relative. I'm only friends with this guy. I don't even know his wife that well. So at the end of the day, while he's thinking all these things, the couple comes up to him and thanks him profusely. And he's like, no, I didn't really do anything. And they said, yes, you did. Yes, you did. You were there. That's it. So the title is The Importance of Just Being There. Yep. That is where the story ends.
Yeah, I guess I see that. Yeah. And yeah, like it ultimately, in the situation that happened to me, I decided not to abandon the person because, like, yeah, they like, even if I did distance myself from them, it wasn't gonna, deep down inside, I still cared about them. I still cared about them as a friend, and actually, this is somebody that I dated, so.
I see.
So, there was that aspect of it as well, but yeah.
Yep. Shall we move on to
definitely.
a new topic?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, here is something to lighten things up a bit. Or maybe not. Let's do some trailer reviews, guys.
Okay. You want to post that? If anybody has them in chat,
I'm
feel
going
free to
to
post.
screen share this. And then put it inside of chat too. If you want to see. So I'm going to screen share this one.
Yeah,
This is a cartoon called Belly Day. And I'm going to turn off the BGM. There you go. Okay. So this is one I would recommend it for L Dinner Cinema.
Yeah.
Check it out.
This is a movie or
it's a
a
cartoon
show?
trailer. It's a cartoon movie. Here we go.
Do you know the meaning of this word? Belly day?
Beneday?
Belly Day. Cat.
Belly Day.
Belly Day. Cat.
I'm the prophet.
Cat family.
I'm the human. I'm the beast.
Friend or foe?
The name's Francis. I guess you were new on the block.
Oh, is this the one that's like really fucked up that you were talking about in Karudi's chat?
Yep, yep.
This means you're the first witness I found to the killings. Only men are brutal enough to do a thing like this.
Really good animation.
Genetics.
Evolution has created an astounding number of various creatures. Not one, however, deserves the respect and wonder that Belly Day has earned.
I think it's more likely that it's sex that's just gone too far.
Didn't you tell me that Purple was too old to be interested in sex? Haven't you got it yet? Were there any that were pregnant? Many. Oh, yes. Many.
See,
Killer is the puzzle, and he wants
like,
us
okay,
to
so like there's fucked up things. There's like a lot of fucked up shit, and it's and like, that's not abnormal. What's abnormal is when that fucked up shit has a budget, because that means not only is it messed up, but somebody else is like funding this. Somebody's actually funding this.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is actually a very good story.
Yeah.
It's a whodunit mystery.
Can you, actually, can you post that, like, in the Discord chat or something, so I have the ability to, like, kind of, like, save it, or like, post it in my, Discord, maybe, even?
Alright.
Just so I have the ability to, like, save it for later.
You like it?
Yeah, I would watch that. Honestly, maybe I'll bring, Eldiner Cinema back, like, I might bring it back, but just, like, an every once in a while thing.
So, you're aware of a Brave Little Toaster, right?
Yeah.
You seen it?
I saw one of them. I saw the one where, like, the radio almost dies, and, like...
Okay.
And, like, the one, I don't remember who it was, but, like, the one, like sacrifices his own capacitor to save the radio.
Ah, yes. I think that's, from the first movie. I think.
Was it the first movie? I couldn't remember if it was that or if it was one of the... Because not all of the Brave Little Toaster movies, I think, are on Disney Plus, believe it or not. There was one, I think, maybe... Like, I think, like, there was, like, a Brave Little Toaster Goes to Mars, and I don't think that's actually on Disney Plus for whatever reason.
Hey. Well,
Despite it, I'm pretty sure just being Disney, and I don't think there's anything, like, objectionable in it, so...
So, most people say that it's Toy Story. Better Toy Story. But, I would say
that's true. It kind of was like Toy Story before Toy Story.
But I would say it's actually, a little bit more serious than Toy Story.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, especially when, like, the one friend sacrifices himself for the other friend.
Yeah. Take this one, this scene, for example. Which we will play right now.
Is this the scene I'm talking about?
Nah, watch. It's a different one.
What are you laughing at?
Absolutely.
Kind of quiet on my end.
Yeah, wait, let me,
I think he was laughing at us. You know something?
let me, fix that. It has something to do with a volume mixer. There we go.
Then you're a real bright little lamp.
Oh, thanks. Hey.
You guys
Good
really
now.
have an attachment for that kid, don't you?
Yes, he was our master.
Oh,
Well,
no.
that's real nice. And any day now he might come romping back, huh? Just come whistling right back in through that door and everything'll be the same. Real peachy keen-like.
Mm-hmm.
It's a possibility.
Well, at least we try to be optimistic.
Voice actor sounds so familiar.
Somebody untie the knot in this guy's cord.
Why don't you just shut off?
Hey, I'm real scared there, Kirby. What are you gonna do, suck me to death? What is it with you guys anyway? You act like you just came off the assembly line. Now get this through.
Suck me to death. Wait, is this Brave Little Toaster or the porn parody? The Brave Little Vacuum.
That's right.
Hey,
The
yo,
Brave
what the
Little
fuck?
Fleshlight.
As a kid, he has a family. They move away, he moves away. It's a package deal.
But maybe they're
He's
all...
not coming back, pure and simple.
Oh yeah? Did you talk to him?
That was a bit of a lol wood moment.
You really think so?
I'm not talking to you.
The whole bunch of you gotta have a combined water.
All right.
You're not watching the stream, Gerardo?
Well, you can do what you like.
No, sorry. I was handling off something on my end. I actually gotta hop off. I gotta take care of some things. So,
Hi.
good talking, everybody. Y'all be safe, huh?
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye. We love you.
Never played with you.
Because you're stuck in the wall.
Oh my god, there is a vacuum.
Yep.
Wait, no, never mind.
There is.
That stupid
Oh, cool.
You think I don't know what's going on in here? I know what goes on in this cottage. It's a conspiracy. And every one of you low-watts is in on it. Just 'cause you can move around, you think you're better than I am. I'm not an invalid. I was designed to stick in a wall. I like being stuck in this stupid wall. I can't help it if the kid was too short to reach my dials.
We didn't mean it, really.
It's my function!
Don't! Wait!
He's gonna blow!
Remember this at all. I don't think I saw the first Brave Little Toaster, and I don't think it's on Disney Plus. And I don't know why, because like it was pretty big, at least on home video. Yeah, it was pretty big, at least on home video. I don't think it ever got a theatrical release, as far as I know.
I don't think it did. It was like
I think it might have. Yeah, I think it might have been direct to video.
Take it so hard.
Well,
He did.
he's a jerk anyway.
He was a jerk. He was a jerk anyway.
That reminds me of like you always say like Fox and the Hound is one of your favorite Disney movies.
Yeah.
My one girlfriend hated Fox and the Hound, probably for the reason that you like it, because like it just gets like so fucking dark. Like they get this baby fox out in the wild. They raise it to a point where it's domesticated, and then they just like set it free to, like in real life, probably die.
Uh-huh.
And like my girlfriend was just, my ex-girlfriend was just like, no, I object to this premise.
So, what I
This
like...
fox cannot die.
What I like about the Fox and the Hound is that when the hunter seeks the dog on the fox later on, so the dog actually chases the fox around, right? And then the hunter finds the fox, and the fox has a family now. Now, as the hunter is about to shoot the fox, the dog actually shields the fox and his family.
Yeah.
And what I like about it is that at the end of the day, okay, they're still friends, right? But at the end of the day, the hound goes back with his master, goes back home. They go their separate ways. It's totally, it's a very realistic ending. They go their separate ways.
Yeah, he saved him the one time, but like he's gonna have to kill again because it's in his DNA, or it's how he's been trained.
No, it's
not what he has to do.
I didn't see it like that. I saw it as okay, they're friends now. They're friends, but they're adults now. They can't go back to being the way they were when they were children.
Yeah.
So now they go their separate ways like adults. That's how I saw it. So they just walk away on different directions. It's like
didn't you do a VN that was kind of like that?
No, it's like the ending of one of those Makoto Shinkai movies. Yes.
Oh, maybe.
5 centimeters per second ends like that.
That's what it was. Yeah, I knew I remembered that. There was like something else you showed me that had like a similar ending.
Anyways, so you got a trailer for me? Or anything?
I don't. I wasn't really expecting we were gonna do this.
Alright, I got one more thing. This one you might like. Well, several things actually. Have you ever heard of 403 Forbidden?
403 Forbidden?
Forbidden with an A.
No.
So it's a Japanese metal group.
Okay.
Here we go. They became a huge meme because somebody made Flash animation. Became quite a hit on 4chan and across different channels back in the early 2000s. I believe Katsu Sanya is familiar with them. Anyways, here is one of those.
Oh, yeah. That's where I thought I read, because like Katsu was like mentioned to me in a list that he posted about like his top 10 bands or something.
Uh-huh.
And I think this was on that.
So this is the first one from a series called Nightmare City about these anthropomorphic cats. that fight
Okay.
like FF7 Advent Children style.
By the way, speaking of oh, sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say, speaking of FF7, so I'm not gonna be able to do L Talks next week, but maybe like the following week. Did you want to?
Yeah.
Did you want to do like start like playing FF7?
Yeah, sure thing. All right.
We could get a start on that because like that. People have ever since I stopped playing FF7 on my channel. People have been requesting me to get back to that, and I want to get back to it. So
Sure. So, one more thing about these songs. They're actually all in English, but
okay.
the singers are Japanese, so they
Yeah.
don't pronounce it very well. It still sounds Japanese.
Yeah. I think we've only really had like one Japanese metal band that ever got like kind of big over here. They were in the 80s. They were called Loudness. And they were definitely very like American influenced. Like they sounded like a lot of like American hair metal at the time.
Here, listen.
I love the piano part. That's like jazz piano right there. Music as a whole, it's very like power metal. Reminds me like a lot of like Dragon Force or Rhapsody or something like that.
True.
It reminds me a lot of a band called Symphony X that my friend is really into. Oh yeah, this is definitely very power metal now. Headbanging. You can't see it, but it's true. Raising my metal fist.
Hey, look.
Got like devil horns and shit.
Check out this ending. Check this out. I like this ending here. So, she, forcefully separates herself.
Is this their official, video?
Yeah. No, somebody made this for
Looks really nice,
Somebody
too.
made
Yeah,
this.
really nice animation.
Somebody made this for her.
Oh.
It's not official.
Oh, it's a fan. Okay.
Yeah. And she's like, you think he's about to do that? And she's like, nope. Nope, I got a bow, sucker.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah.
This music is dope. Sounds like
Guilty Gear.
Gear. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
This one has a sequel, I believe. Let me see. Nightmare City.
Oh yeah, totally. Scrambles would totally get into this.
Forbidden.
We got. You know what? Next time Scrambles goes live, we have to send this to him.
Like, I've invited Scrambles on stream. I don't think he responded when I asked that. He's alright. So, here is Northern Lights. This is the sequel.
Yeah, that would be a cool stream though. Like if we can get Scrambles on and just like kind of like take turns recommending music to him, that would be a fun stream. It would get DMCA to hell and back, but that's your channel, not my problem.
I don't really care. Here we go. That's Southern Cross. Where's Northern Lights?
Southern Cross. Oh, that's an old gospel tune, isn't it? Oh no, I'm thinking of Old Rugged Cross, something like that. I don't know.
This is the sequel. Here we go.
a couple of modern games. Not usually like AAA games, but I think like Mobile Legends.
It's a premium.
He's kind of famous for.
It's a premium game.
It's a freemium game, but it's still like modern, and it's still something that's at least somewhat trendy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, X plays everything. Won't necessarily enjoy everything, but he'll usually play it if it's requested.
That's true.
Northern Lights is a radio channel. It has watched all with Angel. The Northern Lights for all living.
It's a really cool piano. Like, the piano is like the most... is probably like the highlight to me of this music. This also reminds me of Halloween, if you've ever heard of them. They were also like very early power metal. Like, they were like, I'd say, the first band that's just indisputably power metal.
No,
like Iron Maiden is considered power metal. I think Halloween is kind of like the first modern power metal band.
I only know about Dragon Force through Guitar Hero.
Yeah, that's how most people know about Dragon Force, I think. Can you play that song on Guitar Hero? Are you that talented?
I have played it. It's not
Even with
that hard.
Even with that one solo where you have to like press the buttons inhumanly fast or whatever.
It's not that hard. If you play rhythm games, it's really not that hard.
True story,
Yeah?
True story, my friend was telling me, like, when the guy was, like, playing that solo in real life, like, by the end, like, the guitar strings were just broken and falling off.
Oh?
Because, like, he was just, like, shredding that hard and that fast.
Doesn't that mean that he doesn't respect his guitar or something?
I mean, you might be correct, but, I mean, look at the end result.
Yeah, it is very impressive. Although some people actually say...
plus, strings on, like, you know, guitars, violins, things like that, they're meant to be replaced. Like, the replacements, they're meant to be kind of, like, disposable, and replacements aren't typically that expensive, I don't believe. You can get, like, different brands of strings to get, like, different sounds, too.
You know, as much as people praise that guy, there are also some critics who say, oh, he's not that good. This guy's better, this guy's better.
Who? Dragon Force?
Yeah, the guy who does guitar solo.
I'm not, like, a huge fan of them, but, I mean, he's talented, for sure.
Yeah, they say he's just repeating this chord and that chord. I don't know.
Yeah, like, there's a lot of tapping. Like, similar thing, actually, with, like, Eddie Van Halen. Like, Eddie Van Halen does a lot of tapping as well, but it's typically a little bit more complex. And I mean, like, yeah, like, I'm sure, like, he's not, like, the greatest guitar, the guy from Dragon Force. He's not, like, the greatest guitarist of all time, but he's, you know, pretty damn good. We can't take that away from him.
What is this? Oh, yeah. You ever seen this one? So, this is the Animax trailer. Animax is a 24-hour anime channel in Asia.
Oh, did you send me that? I don't remember.
Alright. So let's watch this one.
I feel like I might have seen this for some reason, but I'll watch it again.
Alright, it's pretty epic.
Oh yeah, I did react to this at one point. I'll watch it again though. Goodbye, Yohane. Good night, Yohane.
Later!
Or maybe... No, maybe he's not leaving now.
I like that.
I mean, we're probably going to end the stream relatively soon anyway.
I like that
It's
slogan.
getting kind of late.
I like that slogan.
Yeah. What was the slogan?
Some stories need to be told anime style.
Yes.
Well, let's see. Do I still have...
Some stories need a hot waifu.
Well, the point of this, point of this commercial was that, anime are stories of love, redemption, etc., etc., etc. War, blah, blah, blah. And at the end, it's like, some stories need to be told. Anime style. Anyways, let's see what else we got here. Oh! Variety stream. Who this? I don't know this guy. Hey, anyone get any trailers we can watch? Any trailers off the top of your head? Logan?
No, I think looks like chat's kind of starting to die down, so like maybe we'll just...
Shall we
I might log off relatively soon. Do you have anything in mind, or...
I actually wanted to talk about J.K. Rowling on the woke culture thing, but let's save that for next time.
Yeah, let's save that for next time. I guess just like as kind of like a taste of, like, I think that J.K. Rowling is just a moron who doesn't, like, on the whole, like, if we're talking about like the trans controversy, I think she's just, I don't think she knows what the fuck she's talking about, and really she just needs to learn how to keep her mouth shut, is really what it comes down to.
Actually, I just want to know what she said that was so offensive on Twitter. Because I looked up the tweets. I didn't see anything offensive.
I don't entirely understand the controversy either. But, yeah.
Like, I searched for which tweets were offensive, and when I read them, they were like just minorly passive-aggressive. Like,
I don't know. I'd have to... I haven't really looked too much into the like I said, I've got better things to do with my time than worry about what this fucking rich bitch is saying about, like, I never cared about Harry Potter. I'm older than 12, okay?
Me too. I'm 13. Older than 12.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, that should be interesting, because I'll need to look that up too.
Yeah, I haven't like looked too much into that. I got, a life. Anyway,
yeah, anything, you got anything coming up?
Oh yeah, I'll be doing Ramparee tomorrow night. I might go to my game store. I don't know if that gaming PC is still available, but like now might actually be the time when I would have the time to go and look for it. I have no idea if it's still available. My guess is probably not. Although they did have 2, I think, available when they were advertising it. Two versions of both PCs, I think. But anyway, yeah, Ramparee tomorrow night, Cave Story on Tuesday. I did miss that last week because I was literally in bed all of Tuesday.
Oh yeah, you weren't feeling well.
I was not feeling well to a point where like I actually took off of work, which is something I rarely do, unless like I actually feel like okay, and like I feel a little bit more comfortable taking off of work because of like where I work. Like I work around food and stuff like that, and like packaging and. Like, definitely that's, like, a thing where, like, if you have, like, cold or flu symptoms, you probably don't want to infect the food. Unless, you know, you want to. Like, we could go back to, like, COVID-19, where, like, you could just do bioterrorism and get away with it. That was fun. And then... Yeah, and then Persona 3 Reload, that'll be on Thursday. We are finally actually starting to get through the story, which is... nice. I kind of like that. And then, you know what? Maybe on Friday, maybe I will watch that. I will watch that one cartoon. I'll watch that one movie in my Discord. I'll bring Eldiner Cinema back as kind of like a once in a blue moon type thing. Because there were people who really enjoyed that. It's just they often just didn't show up because, you know, they were busy doing something else, presumably.
Maybe choose a different time slot for it.
Yeah, yeah, maybe I could try like 7 o'clock or something like that. Maybe a little bit earlier. Or no, because like, well, no, because then like you wouldn't be able to. Like, that's the thing, is, like, I want to do certain things earlier, but then, like, you can't show up, so...
Yeah, I'm still asleep.
And you're, like, kind of, like, you're, like, kind of, like, one of the more important people who watches my shit.
Ah, I am honored.
Yep, so if you ever feel, you know, suicidal, just remember, you are the most important person to me, somebody who has 500 subscribers... and, like, a barely active fan base.
Oh, I think your channel is growing steadily, though.
It is, and like I said, I think I want to... It is kind of, like, reaching a point where, like, not necessarily in terms of growth, but more so in terms of, like, I've been doing this for almost 2 years now. I probably should start, like... you know, putting a little bit of effort and money into it, like definitely, like, maybe getting a gaming PC. That's something that I might want to do.
Hey, crossover gamer. Actually, we're just about wrapping up.
Yeah, good timing.
Actually, you know, sub count doesn't really matter sometimes. Like, take a look at my.
It doesn't. And I've always been saying that.
Take a look at my sub count next to someone like Adan's, for example. Like, Adan has barely 300 subs, but he gets a lot more active participants.
Well, I mean, VGM Osillo has like 1,100 subscribers, and he's getting free games. So if I can get to that point, that would be cool. If I can get like free Arzette, or whatever the other game was that he got, I can't remember. Yeah, if I can get like free shit, like VGM. I will consider that my new, like, I've made it goal. So, any companies, if you want to send me free shit and don't mind the fact that I say free shit,
Send games, free.
Yeah, send me free shit. Send me free shit, and I will absolutely be the worst possible person to play it because I suck at everything.
Do you now?
But I will, I will try to be objective or something.
Well, you don't suck at stuff like Mario, do ya?
Yes, I do.
I've seen you, like, breeze through, like, the first few stages.
Well, yeah, because those are, like, implanted into my DNA at this point. Like, how many times have I played Mario 3?
So doesn't that mean that, if you put a little bit more effort into it, you could do the same for the rest of the stages?
Yeah, maybe.
There you go.
Anyway. Well, also, like, the early stages are obviously easier, though, so... Anyway, but, yeah, that's, what I have going on. And then, like I said, on next Saturday I will not be here for L Talks. L's gonna have to figure out some other means of keeping you people entertained and off the street.
Cerulean asks if we got to talk about what we were originally going to talk about. Yes.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes, we did. For like the first 3 hours or so of the stream. So if you're at all interested in the whole woke topic, definitely watch the replay of this.
You know what? YouTube might not like this stream actually.
Oh well.
Especially the stuff I said in that satire.
Oh well, you might get demonetized. It's okay.
But I'm not.
You're not gonna make any money. Exactly. You're not gonna make any money off of this stream, Al.
True. But I'm
You're also not gonna make
monetized.
money on any stream, so go fucking figure.
Alright.
They aren't gonna send you free games. They aren't gonna send you Hentai Extraordinaire 57.
Oh no. Anyways, so that's all I have to say for now. So I guess it's time to log off. Alright. So thank
Bye,
you
everyone.
very much everyone for watching. This has been L and LDP and Gerardo, who was our guest. And Katsu.
And Ketsu.
Katsu-san.
Yeah.
Yep. And
Finally, the classic four-way that we all wanted.
Yes. And we are out. So bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye, thanks for having me on. Okay, but should I subscribe?
Please subscribe.
Okay, fine. I guess I'll have to subscribe.
Yeah.